Good morning and welcome to the first online digital transformation conference of 2021, and this time in partnership with Chrome Enterprise, who we are thrilled to be joined by. I hope everyone is well this morning and looking forward to today's half-day event packed full of presentations, live Q&A sessions, fireside chats and our first panel session of the year. For those of you joining our event series for the first time, a warm welcome to you. And by way of introduction, my name is Chris Towers. I'm the founder and head of events here at Raw Media. And we've been running the Digital Transformation Conference series for the last 5 years now. And over the past 12 months, we've shifted the events to an online format, clearly because of the pandemic, welcoming plenty of digital business leaders to share insights on all things digital within the enterprise. This event, supported by Chrome Enterprise, is the first of our global series that we are running over the next few months. And we want to be able to bring you exciting content and insights into the vast world of digital business transformation within the enterprise. This edition of the event is considered our European conference and welcomes speakers from across the continent to share relevant ideas in digital transformation, largely focusing today on the internal innovation within businesses like the digital workplace and workforce, and the challenges and solutions that go with that. We're fortunate enough to be joined by some brilliant digital minds today from a range of industries and through a variety of deliveries, helping you understand how others are potentially tackling similar challenges and offering a wide range of insights into their transformational journeys. As mentioned, the event would not be made possible without the support and partnership of Chrome Enterprise, who will be sharing their incredible narrative on digital workplace transformation throughout the day, looking at the critical business elements that make up for successful transformation and change within the enterprise, and how you can do the same with unrivaled insights into their work. For more information on Chrome Enterprise, aside from their presentations today, you can access links within the text feed below, which I'll explain to you in a few minutes. With that, I kind of want to cover off some general housekeeping notes to ensure you have the best experience possible with us today. If you're watching the stream directly on YouTube, I would ask that you visit the dedicated conference page on Beyond Business Buzzwords, as all of the event features are within this page. Hopefully the majority of viewers are with us on the Beyond Business Buzzwords page, which is where they'll have the optimal experience today during the sessions. You've hopefully already seen the online chat function. I've seen a few people using it this morning, which runs down the right-hand side of the screen. You can use this to ask questions to the speakers and also to introduce yourselves to one another, like a good old-fashioned in-person event. Each presentation will finish with a live Q&A session in which you can put your questions to the speaker. So if there's anything you need further clarity on or further understanding, here is the best place to pop things down. I'll pick up each and every question and get them answered if we have the time to do so. I'd encourage as much interaction here as possible to allow you to cover the ground most important to you. Now on to potential technical difficulties. Hopefully we won't experience too much in the way of difficulty, but such is the world of online events that we may encounter a few. As we're working from home and our speakers the same, there is a likelihood in some instances of loss of connection, bad connectivity, audio, camera feeds not working, not to mention children crying and cats flying around the place. If we do encounter any issues, please do bear with us as we will try and resolve them as quickly as possible. There may be some slight waits and transitions whilst we wait for speakers to get connected and join the Q&A sessions. Online events aren't the smoothest operations, but we're glad we can bring you the event as best as we can right now. We are excited as you say goodbye to video conferencing and welcome back in-person interactions and learning. Any questions about the event or upcoming events, you can contact us at the email that you can see there on the screen. Now, if you are on the Beyond Business Buzzwords page, you will see the agenda there. So that's going to be the running order of the day. So if you can see that on there, we're going to be kicking off this morning with Chrome Enterprise, Siemens, Credit Suisse, and then finishing off the morning first session again with Chrome Enterprise. Then we've got a panel session, which is going to be exciting. We'll make that interactive as possible, and then a further few presentations as well, and fireside chats. So with that, we must get going. That's the reason you're here. You're not here to listen to me. So we're going to try and offer you some brilliant insights into the world of digital transformation right now. We're starting the day with our event partners, Chrome Enterprise, and the EMEA head of Chrome, Michael Wheeler-Wyatt, who will be covering ground on the cloud workforce. We'll be joined by Michael after his keynote presentation for a Q&A session for around 10 minutes or so. So if you do have any questions, as mentioned, please do pop them in the chat. That's enough from me. If you've got any questions, that email on the previous slide, or you can just use the chat function, and my colleague who is watching that can help you. But without further ado, we'll play the first presentation of the day. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us today at the Online Digital Transformation Conference. My name is Michael Wheeler-Wyatt, and I'm the head of Chrome Enterprise EMEA here at Google. And in this talk, I'm going to take a look at the evolution of the workplace towards a distributed model and introduce the technology that can empower the modern cloud workforce. Work is less and less now about where. We all know this. In our professional lifetimes alone, we have seen the spaces and technology of work change dramatically, moving away from the primary of large, static, heavily staffed offices full of physical anchors and boundaries. Our cubicles became open floor pans, and now our desks are often wherever we happen to be. COVID, for example, here I am in my study at home. It's happening right now, today, here in our homes. We've gone from desktops to laptops to phones, landlines to wireless, physical server farms to virtualization to workloads in the cloud, scheduling meeting rooms to calendaring video conferences. Things have really changed. The shape of business itself has changed too. There's been a steady and sometimes dramatic shift towards services and information work, and the transformation of industries of every kind by big data, which is itself intangible without place. In many ways, businesses now exist in a boundless world, populated by an increasing number of workers whose everyday tools are smartphones, PCs, and of course, tablets. And along the way, it's created a workplace beyond place, one not limited by physical requirements anymore. We stopped thinking about the office and started thinking about our own office. It began with road warriors a way back, creating value from the field. It continues with trends like co-working and imperatives like the need to expand tech access to the underserved wherever they may be. And with the transformation of personal computing, a journey which we've all been along for a while, the devices in our hands that have fundamentally made our lifestyles now mobile. This in turn enables the work from home, work from anywhere model. It's now become reality. And this drives an incredible demand for it. In COVID, for example, if we didn't know this already, we certainly do now. These are all pre-pandemic numbers, which I'm showing on the slides, numbers that are already on a significant uplift way before COVID hit. These changes aren't stopping either. In fact, trends show the shift is only accelerating, and it will continue to accelerate. Employees, especially the employees that we want and we need, they want more of this. Going back to the office is going to be, in a lot of instances, something that maybe we don't do anymore. Really, they want more of this. More than a third would take a pay cut, in fact, to actually continue to work from home. Of course, pre-COVID, which these stats are, continue here. Now that essentially 100% of us have had the chance to work remotely, we've all tasted that rainbow. It will be interesting actually to see how these figures and these numbers sit, and interestingly, in the months to come and through 2021. But the bottom line is the best talent works, wants to work, and expects to work in this way. At home, truly mobile. And as companies see the benefits too, the shifts are actually shaping business and technology decisions. It's a new age based on a new way of work. And we're actually just as productive. Productivity in my team, for example, it hasn't gone down. In fact, it's gone up because we're now not traveling to work. We're not commuting. We're not meeting people at the water cooler or in the staircase going up to lunch. So we've become a lot more productive. And COVID has been a forcing function that has brought this new age to all of us with unprecedented speed which we never knew would come, at the rate that it has. The genie is out of the bottle and we can't go back. These changes have fundamentally and permanently changed what work and businesses now look like. This is the age of the cloud worker. It's been coming now. Suddenly, for many of us, we're in it, on our front lines and throughout all of our organizations. But do we actually recognize what this cloud worker term means? Do we know how to operate in it? And more importantly, do we know how to seize this potential? Because it is massive. So first of all, let's make sure we're on the same page about the actual term cloud worker. Maybe you've heard it before. Maybe you've heard it before from Google. It's something that we've been pitching for quite a while, but it's worth defining again. Here's a pretty practical definition. A cloud worker uses a laptop, uses cloud apps daily, and spends more than 3 hours each day working in a browser. So they use a laptop, they use cloud apps every day, and they're spending more than 3 hours a day inside a browser. And a recent study found that 2 in 5 information workers already qualify as cloud workers based on how they use the technology. That's actually up from 1 in 4 2 years ago. Now, interestingly enough, these figures are also pre-pandemic. So overnight, we've all had to start learning how to become cloud workers. Look at the increase in education. Look at the differences in education now. If you've got children, you're probably homeschooling them. They're probably at home because a lot of schools, especially in the UK and and across Europe, a lot of schools are now closed. So all these kids and all these children have now got devices, and in the main, they are Chromebooks because we are #1 across education in Chrome. So this sort of shift from education is now hitting the enterprise and now hitting the workplace, because cloud workers are the workers who are native to our boundless world. They exist across all industries now, not just retail, but construction, healthcare, professional services, manufacturing, and beyond. And across all functions, from the boardroom now to the front line. And as this trend continues, virtually any role has the potential to become a cloud worker. COVID is something that has proven this to be absolutely 100% true. And each cloud worker adds agility and flexibility to the enterprise. So there's a lot of advantages. But once connected and in sync, then from the cloud force, where their individual strengths can actually be amplified at scale. They're more connected. They're more connected to each other, but also to all the pieces of the business and the environments where it operates. And they're in sync. It's all about having business critical data in real time, having it there when you need it, shared with those who need it, collaboration when you need it, and being able to, actually collaborate and sync with the right people at the right time and to tap into what they know. See, can reveal and accomplish even far from the HQ. They don't have to be in the office. They don't have to be tethered anymore. Technology is amazing. It's got us to this place. The cloud workforce can be a force multiplier for your business and for every business across the globe, a sum greater than all of its parts. A competitive advantage as well that leads to better insights, which can reveal and create new, unknown before business opportunities. It readies business to seize them while they get stronger inside and out. If they weren't already, in COVID, these attributes can now be a critical part of business continuity planning, which can be honest, we're all making part of our post-recovery priorities. Of course, seizing this opportunity advantage means retaining the best talent. We saw this confirmed in a recent Stanford research study. And managing these new ways of working means dealing with new challenges. The same things that create the cloud worker advantage, their mobility, their untethered potential, their placelessness, as we call it, can also introduce risk. And it's something we need to be aware of, because with the predictability and physical protections of the old place workforce not in place, this new world, new vulnerabilities can and do in fact exist. Security threats, risks around shadow IT, and a lot more. So how we empower the cloud workforce is absolutely critical. I think we all now take it for granted that it's here. We need mobility. We need to work from home. We need the tools and applications and the technology and the collaboration to exist where we are today. In this case, here in my study. It will demand a new mindset change though. We will need to reshape our organizations to support these new cloud workers, enabling them to thrive even as we face unprecedented changes. COVID's still here. The pandemic's still here. 2020, we thought it would slow down, but it isn't. 2021, it's still here, and it looks like it's continuing. Especially in the UK here in January, the rates, unfortunately, are going up. So we need to be honest that the necessary tools for cloud workers themselves and the IT teams who support them probably aren't all in place. But we can do it right. And if we do it right, the way we set up the technology can not only empower our workers and our colleagues and help them seize business advantage, but it can actually influence far more within our own enterprises and our companies. We've seen the role of the CIO shift as companies tackle digital transformation. You've had to tackle it really, really quickly, a lot more quickly than you would have had to have done with your normal plans. CTOs, IT directors and IT teams are now taking a seat at a bigger table and establishing IT not just as a cost center, but actually as a revenue driver by helping create new products and services. The shift to this model built around cloud workers puts IT in a position of power and influence within the business. Power and influence within the business that might not have been there a few years ago, might not have actually been there last year. And it spans across HR, operations, business strategy, and more. Each of us enabling culture alongside productivity and, of course, efficiency. Shifting the enterprise model sounds really easy, right? But it starts with the right technology choices. It's an obvious thing to say, but it does. Choices that are native to the boundless workplace and built with cloud workers in mind are now paramount and very important, because the right choices for cloud workers are the right choices for your business and all businesses. So let's take a look at the 4 categories of change. It starts with the right security, the right level of control for the IT actually, the right user tools, and of course the right devices. So it's the right security, the right level of control for IT, the right user tools, and the right devices. The good news is that the right choices here can help create value through reduced acquisition and operational costs, improved uptime, reduced data risk, and more efficiencies that drive savings and free up resources for other important investments. Investments like AI, investments like profitability in the company, investments like culture and employee well-being, which is even more important in today's world. So let's begin with security. The biggest thing on everyone's mind, right? We talked about the landscape that the cloud worker exists in and the security implications to consider, from compliance to data handling to device loss. And this can often seem like a trade-off between empowerment and keeping users and companies' data secure. But the right platforms, tools, and devices for cloud workers shouldn't involve a trade-off. They should, in fact, number one, have security built in and be able to handle any cloud worker scenario. Security shouldn't get in the way of what it is you're trying to achieve. Number two, they should give IT the visibility and control they need to manage and set security-related policies across extensions, browsers, and devices. And ideally, they should be compatible and comparable across all of those elements. Number three, they should keep users secure as they work, seamlessly protecting them from malicious activity. It should just happen in the background. It shouldn't be something that users have to be worried about, have to implement, or have to affect. It should be automatically in the background. And another big step is establishing the right level of control. Again, right level of control for IT doesn't necessarily mean it impacts user experience. It should enhance user experience. As they take on a more significant role in driving business advantage, your teams need to be ready to manage the IT environment that meets the needs really of these cloud workers. And it meets the needs of these cloud workers at scale if you're a really large company as well. The right choice of platform should not come at the expense of IT admin time, burdening them with added complexity. It should make the IT team's job easier. It should, number one, give IT the visibility and control they need to manage extensions and policies across the company. And they should be able to do that really, really easily, ideally in a single console. Number two, it should be easy to deploy at scale so that IT teams can spend time on other needs, as I mentioned, and other tasks. And number 3, it should feature streamlined consoles with granular controls and intuitive UX and UI. We're all used to using app stores and applications now. It should be that simple. Click, decide what you want, drag and drop. It really should. That's what you should be demanding today from your technology that you're choosing. And number 4, it should come with a peace of mind that 24/7 support is available in case your IT teams need it, ideally from your vendor or from your partner or both. Next is productivity, a really important piece of the jigsaw. The applications that cloud workers use every day are their most important tool. They master them to stay productive and connected with their collaborators, whether it be spreadsheets, whether it be presentations, whatever it might be. They are their tools. And at a minimum, the cloud worker needs a platform that's compatible with the most popular business applications so that they don't have to learn something new. They can just continue their user experience with the applications that they're used to. But the platforms truly designed for cloud workers should also, number 1, provide easy access to the right apps for the right workers. That's a given. But it's quite difficult with some operating systems and some tools. Number 2, it should be as untethered as your cloud workers are, so that they can pick up where they left off across devices or indeed locations. And number 3, they should have a user experience that's seamless, with automatic backups ideally, without user interaction. Automatic updates the same, with no lost progress to productivity. And number 4, should be supported by a powerful ecosystem of developers that are building these future tools, so that new technology and new applications can be made available for your teams easily and really, really quickly without a lot of support. Sounds like Nirvana, right? It isn't. But lastly, you've got to also have the right devices. There's no point accessing all of these applications if you're on a really old-fashioned, clunky, hard to manage and upgrade device, or indeed a nice looking device with a great screen. Just like when work is limited to one physical location, like an office, if work can only be done on one type of device, there are serious limits to the promise of a cloud worker, because different cloud workers have different needs. They need devices that match the work they do, wherever they need to do it. That means, number 1, devices need to be powerful, with really high processing power that don't slow down over time. Ideally, they need to speed up over time, not slow down. And number 4, they need to be durable devices for the front lines, the back of house, and anywhere, in fact, that cloud workers take them. Devices should be reliable, quick to boot, and have less downtime. And versatile devices that cover a diversity of use cases, because people have different needs. Your people need to grab and go, for example, no problem. What about a laptop or a tablet with cloud identity enabled so anyone can use it without compromise? And in COVID-19, again, of course, these days, we wipe it down before we hand it off to our employees. Very, very important. The platform designed for cloud workers is Chrome Enterprise, period. And it makes all these choices possible. It's been built from the ground up, from the biggest browser in the world, the most used browser and most loved browser in the world. It's been designed ground up for cloud workers. And now is the time of the cloud workers. Now is the time to embrace Chrome. It's secure by design. It enables IT to provide trusted applications to their users and protects against current and future threats. It delivers comprehensive, streamlined management that's configurable for your business, your specific business needs and standards. And it has the apps that cloud workers need today to stay productive and connected, and tomorrow. And Chrome Enterprise devices also deliver powerful capabilities across every single use case where you'll find a cloud worker. A lot of people don't know about Chrome Enterprise, so this is probably new to a lot of people listening to this, this keynote. But it really is the opportunity, the operating system, and the solution for the cloud workers. And COVID and the world that we're in now has made us all into these cloud workers, because the workplace beyond place is here, and so is the cloud worker. This is their age. It's not a problem to be solved. It's an opportunity to be seized, to be taken, to be driven. We noted before that a crisis like coronavirus is forcing functions that test the shapes and strategies of our organizations. They reveal truths a lot more quickly. They reveal what you've got in place now, whether it's fit for purpose or not. I know it can come across and it can appear really, really scary to change from one operating system to another. but it isn't. Here at Google, we've made the Chrome Enterprise solution a solution that makes that journey easy for you. So what does it take to make the cloud workers work for you? To become not a company that simply has a cloud workforce, but to become a true cloud organization because of what that solution and what that technology can actually unlock. And it takes a mindset made for today and for what might be coming tomorrow. And I think in today's world, it's now apparent that we don't actually know what's coming tomorrow, but we do know that we're not going to be, tethered to that desk. We need to give people and our employees and our workforce the luxury to be able to work where they want, because that's happening today, it's happening now. And it takes recognition of the business critical need for empowered cloud workers in this new normal and belief in the competitive advantage that is now there for enterprises and how you can seize it. I don't need to describe the urgency of the moment, but this really is our moment. This is our moment to make technology work for us. It's a miracle. It's out there. Technology has been built for years now to help us, and now it truly, truly can. It's a chance for every single one of us to rise to the occasion, to adapt and thrive within the workplace now and beyond. Our customers, for example, like SNL Zorg here, relies on Chromebooks to enable their caregivers to work from anywhere, to do their jobs faster and more efficiently, which means they can spend more time helping their clients. And in this use case, which we're particularly proud of here at Google, their clients are the people that need help. The frontline workers in this scenario are saving lives. They're helping people have better lives. And Chrome can really help companies like ZL Zorg onto that journey. We know it's not easy. We know changing OS, we know changing technology is not easy. But think about it. In your past lives, you've done it. You've gone from Palm Pilots, in my case, if you're as old as me, I'm 55 years of age, but we've come from, Nokia phones without any, applications or email. We've gone on to Palm Pilots. We've then gone on to Symbian. And then we've gone on to maybe, Apple mobile phones. We've then maybe gone on to Android version 1, all the way up to the Android version that we're now on, or indeed the latest version of iOS. So, we've changed operating systems in the mobile world. We've had the pleasure and the beauty of moving along with that IT innovation and that IT movement. So why not the same with technology? Why not the same with laptops and operating systems? Look at the new operating system. Chrome Enterprise is here. It's here today. It's supported by a huge amount of OEMs, some fantastic partners across every country in the globe. And it really is here now to support your workforce, your cloud workers and people working from home. And that's why we're here ready to help. With a roadmap for the journey to the cloud workforce and what it can deliver, we really believe that Chrome Enterprise is the solution that can help you deliver your goals now, today, quickly, effectively, and securely. Thank you very much for listening. My name's Mike Wyatt, and I represent Chrome Enterprise from Google. I've got a team spread across EMEA, and we'd be happy to help you out on your journey wherever we can. Thank you. Stay safe. Goodbye.
Hopefully we're going to be joined by Michael now for a Q&A session reflecting on some of the topics that he discussed in his presentation. I can see Michael with us backstage, so I'll just wait for Michael to get his camera going and then we can kick off the Q&A session. Whilst we do that, if there are questions, do pop them into the chat function. If you're on the Beyond Business Buzzwords website page, which you should be on for the conference, there's a chat function and you can put your questions there to the speakers throughout the day. Also, just wanted to kind of run through that agenda again. So each session, we do have Q&A sessions with our speakers who will be joining us, giving you the opportunity to ask questions and explain any further points that you need. I can see Michael, I know you're backstage there, if you can just pop on the controls to the right hand side, not the left hand side, and then you'll be able to join the discussion. We're just waiting for Michael to come through on that. Apologies for the delay here. As we move throughout the day, you will see that we've got a variety of information delivery. We've got fireside chats, we've got panel discussions. Q&A will all be available within that as well. Just bear with me while I get Michael on stage here, as we seem to be having a few little technical difficulties as outlined at the start. So just bear with us for a couple of minutes while we get that sorted. Michael, I can see you with us now. How are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you perfectly fine.
Good morning. Stuff. Sorry about that.
Good morning and welcome. That's absolutely fine. Such is online events. They're a little bit clunky here in places, but it's good to have you with us. A great presentation. Thanks so much for that. And real nice way to start the day. We've got some questions that have come in, so perhaps we can just get straight into it.
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
Perfect. So at the start of your presentation, or near the start, you kind of discussed and touched on in the months to come. How do you kind of envisage those months and beyond the kind of pandemic, the future of work? Do you think remote work is going to become even more prominent, and do you think the larger enterprises will be kind of moving to that kind of format and model?
Yeah, really good question, and something that's very relevant for all of us at the moment, wherever we are across the globe. So, yeah, I think who knows what's going to go on with the pandemic. I mean, it's sort of it's changing day by day, especially in the UK. But I do think that with things like school kids not going back now until probably March time, I think we're getting used to this working from home, and I think. If you've got the technology that sort of supports that, then you're in a much better place. So I think going forward, I think we're going to get used to this. I think it's going to be a while before we really go back, tethered to offices like we were before last March. So it's definitely changed the way we work. I think some companies will go back to the office because they need to. Some regulated industries like banks, they need to be in front of, screens with their on-prem apps, absolutely. But I think the majority of companies have actually realised that you can be productive working from home. I've got a team of 11 across Europe, and I think we've actually got more productive and actually closer as a team because we're now working from home and collaborating via video mainly, and also selling via video as well, which is quite an interesting move for us. But I think it's going to change the way. I think it has changed the way we work already. I think it's made companies realise that they've really looked at the applications that they've used, and they've looked at. I was talking to a company last week, and they have 50 applications, for example, big retailer, and they've looked very, very closely at those applications to understand how many they physically need. And they've dropped that down to about 5 critical apps that are in the cloud. Wow. So they've enabled their cloud workers to get up to speed very, very quickly. So, yeah, I think it's definitely going to change the way we work. I think less of us are going to go back to the office. And if we do go back to the office, it's probably going to be, maybe just a couple of days a week. I mean, there's a big discussion at Google at the moment around, do we have this staged return to the office where maybe we have a couple of days a week, depending on what your role is, and then we look at that and see if that's working for the company, and then maybe increase it. But definitely going to continue, I think. And I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. I mean, for me personally, it means I'm not spending an hour and a half on the train going into London twice a day. So I've got that 3 hours back, and I've actually got my health back, and I'm not sat in a busy tube for half an hour a day. So I think there's a lot of good things that have come out of it. I also think it's going to be good for the planet as well. I fly all over Europe. My boss is in the US. I've got a lot of fridge magnets in my kitchens, all the trips that I've done, and I'm now not doing those. So I'm from a sustainability standpoint, I think it's good as well. So a lot of benefits that could come out of it, Chris.
Yeah, definitely. No, that's a really good answer. Thank you, Michael. I've had a good question come in from another Kevin from OpenBox. Michael, one thing that many feel is missing is the collaboration or side desk chats that enable knowledge sharing organically. Do Google have any plans for collaboration tools to bridge that gap?
That's a really good point. I was talking to one of the directors at Google actually last week, and I'm a very positive guy, so I was sort of talking about the positive benefits of working from home. But he quite rightly turned around and said, yeah, you've got to remember that Google's a very creative company. If for the last 21 years, we have some amazing people in the company, especially the engineers, and they're very creative, and they need to be together in rooms with flip charts and brainstorming, and that's how all the funky ideas that we brought to market. That's how they've come about, really. Mm-hmm. So it's a really good point, because we're now not doing that. It's a lot more difficult collaborating over video and trying to come up with new ideas and bouncing off of each other, because as humans we're all connected. That's in our DNA. So from a sort of a human perspective, I do think it's going to take its toll. Absolutely. I do think, imagine if you're an entrepreneur at the moment, it's going to be a lot harder to get funding. It's going to be a lot harder to be, to sell your ideas to the market that you're trying to create. So but talking about physical tools, obviously we've got things like Hangouts, and we've got, good collaboration tools, which work really, really well, but, and they do work well, but you still, technology still can't give you that physical, the physical interaction and the benefits that you get from that. So that's one of the reasons why I think actually going back to an office or meeting up a couple of times a week is really crucial as we go forward, because that's where we get our ideas from, and that's where we bounce off all of our creativity. So it's a really good question. Any ideas on what those tools should be? I'd love to hear them.
Well, it's an interesting question. We've heard it come up a few times at these events, just how to kind of create those water cooler moments, and that's kind of creates innovation, particularly in companies like Google. You hear the water cooler moments come up quite
absolutely. And not just creating products, but also all the go-to-market stuff as well. So I although I'm the manager of my team come up with way better ideas than I ever I could ever come up with. So I do try and promote that across the team if possible, by just making more of the team inclusive in that process. So really just listening to more people, because I think this forum, now that we're working from home, it gives more people that platform. But again, but that's down to the managers and the directors of the business to allow that to happen. And I do think working from home does give you that space, I think.
Definitely. Time for one more quick question here, coming from CFJ Mooney. What are the particular challenges in persuading people to move away from their comfort zones, and how do you persuade those who are attached to their traditional tools? So I guess, in a sense, moving people away from current systems into kind of the Chrome Enterprise system and infrastructure.
Really good question. That's what me and my team spend our working days doing. So that's a really good question. It's difficult. I'll be honest. It's difficult. I mean, it's difficult in some companies and it's easy in others, because it really depends on how agile the company, how open maybe the IT director or the CTO, how open they are for new technologies. Mm-hmm. So I think if we go into a company, and I'll give you a good example. Let's say we talk to a new prospect. So, I have one of my guys in Dublin. They call up a company, the IT director or the CTO goes, "Oh, do you know what? I'd like to listen to this. It's new. I hear it's growing magnificently. Maybe my kids are using Chromebooks upstairs now because I'm homeschooling. So let's have a listen to how far Google's come with this technology." And we talk about it, and sometimes a use case comes to mind immediately. So, for example, I'm using Citrix. I understand it works really well with Citrix in a VDI situation. Or I've got a lot of frontline workers and I don't want a heavy overhead. Or I've just moved, or had a good discussion with a major UK bank yesterday who's now up to 20,000 Chromebooks. And he moved a lot of his staff very, very quickly to work from home. So he needed a device that was easy to update, easy to manage, zero touch enrollment. And more importantly, it was easy for the users to actually get to grips with really, really quickly. So Chrome just fitted into that really, really well. So first of all, if the use case is a really good one, that's a tick in a box. It's an easy sell for us, because the companies get it. But there are an awful lot of companies out there that are addicted, quite rightly, and wedded to Windows, for example, because it's got the majority of the market share at the moment. So our job as a team is really to challenge, these IT departments, these CEOs and CTOs, just to challenge them, just to really try this new operating system called Chrome. Yeah. And we do that with a small pilot and then a proof of concept. And then we really get a sponsor within the company, and then they go away and they understand where Chrome can fit. So it is, it can be scary, because we've got, everything's embedded. Your support staff know Windows, your IT team know Windows. Everybody's been using Windows for a long time. So it's a real shift, a real sort of mental brave shift to go onto a new operating system. But I will just leave you with, I could introduce you to any one of our customers. And once you've made that transition, and most companies are doing it, because most companies are going into the cloud or have already gone into the cloud. And again, COVID's really speeded that up. Yeah. But most, all of our customers that have done it, whether they've done it completely like Veolia across the whole business, or whether they've just done it for a specific use case, they wouldn't go back. They say, I wish I'd done this a few years ago. But again, my team can help articulate that and give you the tools to try it out if that's of interest.
Perfect. Well, Michael, thanks so much for joining. Thanks for the presentation and for the insights in the Q&A session. Very helpful. If people want to contact you and get in touch, find you on LinkedIn and things like that. And I think your details will be provided at some point as well if people want to follow up the conversation. So, Michael, thanks for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your day. And it's been a pleasure having you with us.
Great. Thanks, Chris. Thanks for the opportunity. Take care. Yes. Cheers. Bye. Thanks.
Bye. Great presentation there from Michael to start the day. We're going to be hearing from Bernd Zimmermann next. Bernd is Global Head of Organization Development and Innovation from Siemens Healthineers. And Bernd's got global responsibility for organizational development, leadership models, employee engagement, and innovation culture at Siemens Healthineers. So we're in good hands for our next presentation. Bernd's going to be presenting on the future of work, covering topics on remote working, long-term organizational strategy, future-proofing the workplace, and leadership in a new era. I can see that Bernd's now shared his screen with us. Bernd, pleasure to have you with us. Thanks for joining. I can't see you or hear you yet, so if you just want to get your mic and camera feed going, and then we can kick off the presentation. If you just bear with us a few seconds while we wait for Bernd to come through, that'll be marvelous. Thanks so much.
Can you hear me?
Good morning, Bernd. How are you?
I'm fine. I forgot to switch on camera and microphone like always in these digital settings. So can you see my screen?
That's okay. I certainly can. Yeah, we're all good. All right. I can see the presentation there in full screen. So very much looking forward to it. I'm going to hand it over to you now so you can kick off, and then we'll join at the end for a quick Q&A session as well. So over to you, Bernie. Thanks so much for joining. Real great to have you with us. Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's my pleasure, and I'll jump right into it. So quickly, a little bit about Siemens Healthineers. As you can see, we have 55,000 people in more than 70 countries. We are touching 240,000 patients with our products and services every hour. And maybe in the terms of digitalization, we have more than 750 million curated images in our digital database. So we are getting to become also a digital company. And what we value, on the other hand, and this is what you see here on the left, are many strong cultural elements, as we call it, which makes us unique and which make us a good organization, but also a very effective organization. And I don't know who of you remember this picture. It was posted a lot in the social media last year. And as crisis events are opportunity to reflect and prioritize, they are also a chance to go back to normal. So going back to normal is always an option. The question is, how do you want to envision the future or the near future? Do you want to go back to the past? Or is the new work really a new world? And with these two major questions, I have a good message for you. Something will stay stable, and that is, for example, OD frameworks, certain OD frameworks, as you can see here in the middle. And let me quickly give you my definition of organizational development. That is what OD stands for. OD is the ability to translate strategy and innovation into an org design and use change management, team and leadership development to achieve an output, all anchored in cultural and organizational analytic. That is my definition of organizational development, and this is what you basically see in this framework. And as OD also tries to look at the context of the organization, there are some things, that in my opinion already emerged and that have to be taken into account. And these topics will anyhow lead to a slightly different new work or new world, and companies should be prepared for that. So I will tackle 3 of these topics: societal topics, values, and technologies. And on the other side, on also short term, I see certain topics which need to be embedded within the organization. So within this organizational architecture, you need to design for those in order to achieve a certain output, a certain performance. And let's start with the topic on the left. After Siemens Healthineers was carved out from Siemens in 2015, it was about what is our identity and do we have a right culture in place and so on. And one exercise we did, we looked at Laloux and his framework of organizational evolution. And you can see this framework here on these slides. So Laloux talks about different evolutional time phases, like when organizations came from something like tribals, like wolf packs, to traditional conformist area, where it's about stable hierarchy, stable processes, and the leadership behavior is, for example, very formal, command and control, and so on. And then over to the modern meritocracy, where it's about freedom over the how, but still performance ratings, succession planning, leadership training, for example, as HR instruments, and then postmodern and integral evolutionary. And I think the model is kind of known. If not, you can read this book about it. So then we said, okay, where are we in 2015? And we circled this orange line, which you see here. So we are modern meritocracy mostly. We still have a little bit traditional conformistic culture and leadership style, but we are also already have some postmodern elements in our HR instruments. And when we looked at that, we also asked ourselves in the question, and what talents do we want, or what talents do we need to attract? And out of this discussion with the top management came out, or we found out that we need to lean more to the right. And out of this, we launched some of the cultural element initiatives and HR instruments that we saw on the previous slide. But now, some years later, we still question ourselves, and we need to know, and I think every organization needs to know, do we need to lean even more to the right? Is integral evolutionary maybe too far, but is there maybe a societal movement in between? And I would say, yes, there is. And there are 2 words for it. Some call it metamodernism, some call it neo-ecology. Excuse my fast speaking here. So what is metamodernism? It's a worldview that combines the modern belief in progress with postmodern critique. It makes its appearance, especially since the internet and social media have become truly defining factors in our lives. And we are not so much involved longer directly, or many of us are no longer directly involved in the production or distribution of industrial goods. And it's a view of reality in which people are on a long, complex, evolutionary path towards greater complexity and existential depth. And neo-ecology explains exactly that people are increasingly questioning the economic system, like, you know, their consumption, work-life balance, veganism, American way of life, and so on. Partially also because they are feeling worse and worse psychologically. So this is a criticism of the system that results from their own misperception of things, like, for example, mental illnesses, depression, burnout, etc. And people now, for the first time, maybe draw the connection to the system in which they live, and also the other topics in the broader system. And any system, also like my company, needs to react to this. And so for the Generation Z, the 1995 to 2010 born, but surely for the Generation Alpha, so the people born after 2011, this trend goes clearly towards the 3P. So it's not just 1P or 2P that we or that society takes into account, but it's about people, planet, and profit. And this change, these social trends, already leave their footprint in the values and strategies of organizations. So some say it's about the sustainability revolution, and later we'll see how to get also inclusion right in this sustainability revolution, even if you work in remote settings. So this trend really shapes the values, and we also, as Healthineers, we just last year we created a new diversity and inclusion strategy. We are in a couple of weeks or months, we will launch our first sustainability report, which is goes beyond just the Siemens AD report. So we are really believing in this. And what is the third big trend I see that emerged already? That is technology, and you know better what new technology came up in your industry through digitalization, robotic, and so on. And I think it was even maybe fostered by the pandemic. But what about HR or even OD, organizational development? Also here, technology evolved a lot. So I don't know, who of you remember these pen and paper assessment centers or pen and paper employee surveys? If you remember them, raise your hand. I will not be able to see it, but you know that stuff. And this is really past. This is really long time ago. And now you have tools, and I listed a couple of them for you. You have tools for a lot of this. So, for example, big data solutions for org effectiveness analysis or engagement surveys with certain functionalities. You have even artificial intelligence for artificial relationship building and change management, as those change bots are called. So the only hurdles for this in OD are data protection, like always, IT security, and maybe the workers' council sometimes. So these were the topics on the left. Now we turn to the topics on the right, so more on the short term. And as one, to start with strategy and innovation, as one of our OD exercises back in a couple of years ago, we looked with our CTO and our CHO on this model of ambidexterity. And the question of ambidexterity is basically, how can you secure your cash cows as long as possible while you find and build the next unicorn? So this exploit and explore is what is ambidexterity about, and how to find the right structures for this, and how to find the right processes and behaviors within to make this run. And one question was, for example, for us, how would the stock market react when we announce savings on the one hand side, or when we announce huge investments? And why is maybe the stock market reactions different when Tesla, Google, or Apple are doing the same, for example, especially announcing investments? So from an OD perspective, we as a more traditional company, we need to ask ourselves these questions from an OD perspective. What has to evolve, and how in the organization to successfully expand our business and be future fit while making our numbers? So while executing, how can we innovate and explore in a 55,000 people company with long heritage and traditions? And I think you need a question for that. And you see this this ambidexterity in one of our strategic slides or strategy slides. where we try to sense even the context and then follow on this ambidextrous strategy by incrementally improving our strengths like precision medicine, care delivery, patient experience, while also expanding into the new, to the disruptive digital healthcare. So this is a practical example how it afterwards then looks in some slides. The second topic that arises also from these emerging trends in the use is basically the topic of connectedness. And Vala Afshar, the chief digital evangelist of Salesforce, puts it nicely. Success in the digital area will come from the connected and collaborative efforts of business ecosystems more than from one controlled efforts of individual company. And for us, even we are a global player, but we have so many fields of innovation and technology, not just the basic ones like medicine, like physics or chemistry, but we have this, big data, artificial intelligence, robotic, VR, and you name it. And especially we are in a B2B2P business, so business to patient, and the patient, as you see on the right, also will become more and more the center. So you and your organization, and that's my call to action, if you have not, need to build up knowledge and capabilities around ecosystem design. You need to understand this, and you need to understand that it's more than just classical networking or vendor management, because if you don't care about your ecosystem, you might get disrupted, because we are in this age of coexisting, co-creation, and co-collaboration. And with collaboration, I come to my next or third topic, and let me start with that topic of remote collaboration to say what remote working or collaboration is not for me. When I'm talking about remote work, I'm no longer talking about working spaces, home office, flexible working hours, or file systems, or video conferences. This is or should be the standard by now. I'm trying to look beyond, focusing on ways of co-creation and collaboration in a way that intuitively serves relationship building, that has structures that serve the people's health, which allow efficient meetings, visualization, decision documentation, and agile methods. And the new shit, pardon my French, is immersive 3D collaboration, either on your computer, as you see it here, or through the VR glasses. And this really is becoming the new normal. And I see it in a lot of companies. And already today, some of these companies are building these new places of encounter, either in a blended physical approach, just for certain events or on certain occasions, or as we see it here on the right, the Audi Academy purely goes into this 3D virtual world. And you need to be clear on the next topic of leadership. You really need to be clear in this new normal or in this new work around two easy questions, basically, for your leaders, for your leadership, and for your cultural development. And these two questions are: what kind of leaders do you need? And we saw this short-term, you need to secure cash cows, but also what kind of leaders do you want, or what kind of leaders do you need then in the future? And we asked ourselves this question, and we said we want, and what you see here is our Healthineers leadership model. We said we want leaders that can manage and are expert in certain fields, so that they can make decisions, they can remove obstacles, and they are good and they know about healthcare and so on, health tech. So this is more the classical leadership portfolio, where we have many great managers in our company, but we also want leaders who can go into the new world, who can engage and inspire others, and who can lead by asking questions in order to create autonomy and develop others. So we need these four roles, and then we even put something on top. We said each leader in the mid or long run needs to have capabilities in all these four roles and must be able to jump between those roles depending on the leadership situation that is in front of you. And that is what we call leadership flexibility, or could call it leadership agility, or even leadership ambidexterity. And if you want to, you can read more in a book where I contributed a little chapter Unfortunately, it's only in German right now, but it might get translated, and it's by two great colleagues, Hanne Bergs and Arne Laakheit. And leadership is not far away from learning. Changing, leading, learning is what I always say. And I mean, to be honest, how many books on, for example, leadership or on your profession, how many books are out there? I looked, for example, up leadership, and Amazon listed me more than 100,000 books in store. And the other question is, how many good leaders do you know? So even if all bad leaders would read all these books that are out there, and I bet they have read them, or at least some of them, it is not enough to know what is written. Leadership or your profession is action with a mindset, and that can only be partially be studied. It is more about you have to do it, you have to learn while doing it. So we are also in an area of changing from a know-it-all kind of mindset to a learn-it-all mindset. And what helps with that, or that is also why we implemented a slightly different learning model with our starting with our top executive development 1.5 years ago. So we no longer see that the fear or panic so is limiting learning, but is more an obstacle you have to overcome, and that beyond learning there the growth zone starts. So no longer saying I have no time, I'm overstretched and so on. You have to get through this phase to really step into the learning phase, and then the growth zone hopefully become kind of a natural characteristic. And secondly, I think the future of learning lies in peer-to-peer and tacit knowledge sharing. So I think you can have the finest learning management system or learning experience platform, or even like some companies have a blockchain to secure your training certificates. All this is good, but it will not help if you don't get the didactic right, and their peer-to-peer connection is crucial for learning. And the good news, oops, a little bit too quick here. And the good news is there are fine programs out there like Working Out Loud or Leading Awesome from the Change Pioneers, which you can pick wonderfully from the shelf. And if you even blend this with the 3D immersive environments we just saw, your participants would even develop digital competencies on top. So, thank you for this quick ride through some of the topics that I see and that my passion is about from an organizational development perspective. And now back to you, Chris, and open to take any questions.
Thanks so much, Bernd. Great presentation, and really interesting to kind of explore your narrative on the role you're doing. So thank you for that.
Sure.
Question come in around kind of employee engagement over kind of the last 12 months. Lots of organizations have focused more so on the kind of the end user thinking, in heightening employee engagement through remote working. Just how much, in your opinion, do leadership and leaders need to kind of evolve to enable this kind of thinking, that where we are focusing more on the organization, where we are focusing more on the workforce?
I think what needs to evolve, I mean, leaders, managers have a tough job, and I think this is exactly what ambidexterity is about, that it is not a neither or nor, but it is kind of a both. And both are, I wouldn't call it balance, because it always sounds like a compromise. You meet somewhere in the middle, but being able to lead both is hard, or at least it sounds hard, especially, we are all overworked, we have so many, and we need to get the performance right, we need to achieve milestones. But I think the future needs leaders who can do both, and leadership evolves also, I think, a little bit, but through that, taking engagement into consideration, for example, for a leader, because anyhow, I mean, everything he or she does is paying off or not to engagement. So why not, taking it a little bit more consciously, getting a little bit more knowledge maybe behind this, and learn while doing it. but definitely, I think leaders will stay important for engagement, and engagement scientific research certainly
Sure.
shows this, but taking it maybe more into account and maybe scaling up a little bit on it, because it's happening
Nice.
now.
Yeah, definitely. And then with going kind of back to the future of work, where a lot of focus is today, and we heard from Michael on it in the earlier presentation, with now a complete shift to kind of a distributed workforce more than ever in terms of office workers, where do you see kind of the future of work lying? Are we going to gravitate more to kind of a hybrid working model? Is remote work going to be the new normal? What do you see in an organizational sense with that?
Yeah, I mean, I see everything from going back, blended, or purely virtual. So really, there are some companies who really want to take it purely virtual. I think that, I mean, every company has its own reasons and arguments. How long are your lease and rents and so going? Can I quickly change even into virtual, or do I have a lot of costs there or not? I think OD can help there. I think people need to know more, a little bit more this. So for example, collaboration. It's a lot about relationships, and there are two sorts of relationships. It's bonding relationship and bridging relationships. And what we see is, for example, that people bond a lot, even more through the pandemic and through remote work, for example. But they bond with the same people, or the people they already know. So that's the one problem. And the bridging relationships, or the bridging connections kind of get lost into today's, for example, remote work. And I think if an organization would think about not, where am I working so much, but what is scientifically needed in order to get work done from a health perspective, from a personal well-being perspective, but also from a bonding or relationship or connecting thing. And then picking from this your, either physical office or the virtual office. I think this is how we should do it, and not the other way around.
Nice. Well, Bernie, thanks so much for joining us. Thanks for your presentation and for the insights there on the Q&A. It's a pleasure to have you with us, and appreciate you joining and sharing your thoughts.
Most my pleasure. Thank you very much, Chris, and thank you, everybody, and have a great day here on this conference.
Thank you. Take care now, and enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks, Bernie.
Thanks.
So a nice presentation there from Bernie from Siemens Healthineers on organisational development and innovation. We're going to now be moving on to the next part of the event, where we're going to be joined for 25 minutes with Daryl Isip, who is Director of Digitalisation Value Stream Leadership at Credit Suisse. Daryl, I had the pleasure of welcoming to our headline conference in London in 2018, in a time where handshakes were common and people did sit next to each other. How times have changed. So we're welcoming Daryl, and we're going to explore the many ins and outs of kind of digital change management, cultural transformation, continuous improvement, and of course digital transformation as well. So just waiting for Daryl to come through now and turn his mic and cam feed on, and we can get going with this chat. So if you just bear with us a few minutes while we wait for that to happen. Daryl, the controls are on the top right hand side, not the left, so if you can just enable camera from that side, that'd be great. Just while we wait for that to happen, we are going to have this fireside chat, and then we've got one more presentation, and then we'll have a short break, and then we have a panel discussion following that, another presentation and another fireside chat. So I hope you're sticking around for the whole day with us. I can see Daryl has joined us now, so welcome, Daryl. How are you today?
I'm great, Chris. Thanks for having me, and hello, everyone. I look forward to speaking.
Thanks, Daryl. It's good to have you with us. I don't know if you caught there you saying on your intro notes there how we had the pleasure of welcoming you to our London event back in, I think we worked out it was 2018. It all seems like a long time ago, and very strange that we were able to shake hands and things like that.
Seems like ages ago, Chris. I remember that. It was quite a warm day, actually. I remember it sweating in my suit back then, but now we're all casual and now we're all online. So it's great to be here.
Yeah, comfortable as ever. So let's kick things off. In your role, you're responsible for a degree of strategic transformation. In a sense, the pandemic has torn up the rule book over the last 12 months. Just how much of your own strategy and approach have you had to change?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question, Chris. I mean, when I speak to our stakeholders, business strategy, IT strategy, we are really underscoring the importance of digital transformation. I think that there are even more importance to continue a lot of the strategies, and effectively what this pandemic has done is more accelerated a lot of the activities that we only wish that we could have done. So in some regards, this pandemic has really driven our digitalization efforts, put much more importance and emphasis on it. And people realize, the digital activities that we have been progressing for several years now is actually, we need to actually do it. And, what we're seeing now is much more insight or much more kind of want or need from the business side, so much more investment. And of course, that comes with much more accountability and the need to deliver as well. So, so from a business perspective, the importance of digital transformation is definitely one element. I think what we've also seen, as I heard the last speaker talk, is just the changing in how we work, right? The dynamic of our internal ways of working. Obviously, the whole remote versus on-site working, and then the hybrid elements as well. I mean, we from a Credit Suisse perspective are also trying different ways. Here in Switzerland, we are obviously going through another lockdown like similar in the UK. So we are fully remote at the moment. And it's been extremely successful for us, actually. We've built different types of relationships, and it requires people to, it's people on both sides to kind of push the envelope, to try things differently, and for people to really approach work differently. But all in all, it's been very positive for us, and it's really helped us also on our agile transformation, to drive things remotely. And it's also an equalizer for our global teams. We have teams in India. We have nearshore teams in Latvia, for example. We work very closely with them. And actually, this whole remote working has been an equalizer for them to be at the same table as our business stakeholders, as our IT stakeholders, everyone together. So I think it's been also very inclusive for a lot of our diverse teams around the world. So we've looked at this as a positive way of moving forward.
Sure, and with that last point, you've obviously had a heavy focus on the cultural transformation side of things within your role, which is, of course, a major part of any kind of digital business transformation. How has the needs and requirements changed within organizational culture in recent times? You kind of touched on it, that it's been a great equalizer there, but what kind of other things have changed with that cultural side of transformation?
Yeah, and I think it's a good question, Chris, around the fact that when I hear a lot of people talk about digital transformation, you might think about the hard skills, moving to cloud or new technologies or new DevOps pipelines, for example. But I think that what people need to really realize and focus on is the cultural element. Cultural mindset transformation is arguably even harder to do because it deals with people. Right. And I talked about how bringing the global teams closer together virtually, being that an equalizer, that's just one thing. Right. And, it's onus is on the individuals to have that continuous learning plans or that ambition. We heard the previous speaker talk about moving from a learn it all from a know it all to a learn it all. That's actually, Satya Nadella's favorite quote from Microsoft. And that's something that we have definitely start to digest as well internally, that we have to keep driving, we have to keep increasing our skills. And that's not just the hard skills, that's also the soft skills. So we can't forget about the importance of emotional intelligence, inclusion, empathy. all those are even much more important in a remote working setup, where a lot of things can get lost over the Zoom call, or lost in translation, as I always say. We work with several different languages and several different cultures as a Swiss-based bank, but even more so could be lost. So we need to make sure that we continue to work on that and find that way to work in that global organization, but still think about the local teams in every site.
Mm-hmm. And with that as well, how have you adapted personally to kind of the remote working and disparate working?
Yeah, it's, I think my team will say, I used to not like it. I used to like that big separation between personal and home life, especially with a small daughter at home. It's I quite like the separation where you can go to work and not deal with the crying, for example, or whatever. But I think that there's pros and cons. The pros is I'm able to watch her grow in front of my eyes, which is a fantastic opportunity. And we have to take everything like an opportunity. For every challenge brings an opportunity. And the remote working, while it could be a challenge, there's also some positives around, again, the inclusion, reaching out. It's so easy to reach out to people now. You don't have to worry about presence in the room. It's more around presence over a webcam. Again, a very different skill that people need to realize around how they approach their kind of toolkit, so to speak. But from my perspective, I quite like the remote working now. I'm very much in the groove. I've got my little setup going on here, and it's going to stay around for a while. And even in the future, we will be open and flexible. I think the number one thing that we have all taken away is that we are able to be successful remotely, and everyone will have their own personal preference, right? And some people may want to go into the office, some may not, for personal reasons or whatever. And there will be some times when we do go into the office, like workshops or conferences or certain recognition events, whatever it may be. But I do think that for the norm, most people will be offline or will be working remotely. And it also gives us, from a leadership perspective, a different way to review how we set up our teams, where we set up our teams, where we hire our people. We're no longer chained to, hiring people within a 100-kilometer radius, for example. We can hire people outside. Although we have different regulations here in Switzerland, we need to make sure we do things like data secrecy within the borders of Switzerland. But it gives us a little bit more latitude to kind of think differently how we recruit our talent and how we retain our talent. So, this whole pandemic has given us new angles to review how we approach our workforce.
Nice. And then with change management and, of course, continuous improvement, they're both boil down to kind of exceptional communication and leadership. How is this possible in the present? And as a leader yourself, do you have any kind of proven methods of leading during the difficulty in communication right now?
Yeah, I mean, proven. I mean, it's just like everyone else, right? We've all been in this together. I think that communication is absolutely essential, whether you're in the pandemic or you're not, right? And I think that this is about how do we communicate appropriately at all levels, upwards, downwards, left, right, and the classic 360 communication, right? And I think that even in the pandemic, even being remote, communication through the normal channels is expected. But excellent communication through the normal channels is expected, but you need to do more, right? You need to go above and beyond in a remote setup. And that means things like, setting up ad hoc sessions, reaching out to colleagues who may not be so vocal in certain meetings, but you need to get their views or buy-in, for example. Always having the video on. I think the video on also brings a different dimension. Earlier in the pandemic, for example, at Credit Suisse, we had some network challenges and we all couldn't get on video, for example, at the very beginning. But once our network matured and hardened, we got on video all the time, and it's made a huge difference in the receptiveness of the communication, how our teams feel they've been communicated to, and it's much more personable as well. I think also, process and documentation, all that stuff is even more important. People think that in an agile setup, forget about documentation and process and all that stuff. Actually, you need much more of that. You need much more rigor and discipline. And I think my final point around, like a tip around, how to get through these difficult times, it's more around how do we care for the customer, right? And caring for the customer, whether it's the end user or you have internal customers within the large corporation that you're in, but how do you be in the customer's shoes? How do you understand their needs, their prerogative, or their wants from their perspective, and ultimately reduce those layers between you and the end customer, whether it's you from a project or program or delivery setup all the way to the end customer, or if you're in operations and you need to get to the end customer, but you need to find a way to hear it from the horse's mouth. And often, especially in large organizations, there are too many layers in between. There's a change agent, or there's a line manager or a team leader in between, and then there's one on the other side as well. And then, of course, like the game of telephone, the communication gets lost, and suddenly you start to hear rumors or the wrong things get communicated.
Sure.
And especially in this setup, it's all about direct communication. So especially if you have, many tiers of leaders underneath you or above you, it's important to reach out directly, as frequent and as often as possible to those individuals, so that they also hear and feel you as well as a leader. But I think it's really important, communication, and this is all types of communication as well, by the way, written and verbal communication. But I do think that that's extremely important during this time.
Sure, that's a really good answer. Thank you. And then we often read about digital transformation failure rates and having a high failure rate. Exactly how that's measured, I'm not entirely sure. But technology leaders are often cited as getting the execution wrong. Analysis does suggest that in part change management fails due to kind of outdated models which don't meet the needs of a dynamic business environment. Just how essential is it, in your opinion, to evolve models and replace these legacy systems and, of course, legacy ways of thinking?
Yeah, I mean, I got a couple points to this, Chris. I think the first thing is that, legacy is going to be with us all the time. And I think that, especially for us at Credit Suisse, we are living in a lot of legacy, and we have to figure out how we work with the legacy. We don't just say that we're going to ignore and replace and create new, because actually by the time you create new, that new piece will be legacy because there's going to be something new, right? So you need to think about, how do we work and create that partnership? How do we get these legacy systems to produce the right data for the new systems, for example, et cetera. But I think to your first point, why are these digital transformation initiatives failing in the first place? And I think it's about, there's a lot of assumptions. We talked about the communication aspect, but I think that there are many digital transformation teams that are set up, or people who have the head of digital titles, or groups that are running digital, but they're not necessarily running the actual P&L, or they're not actually the actual business stakeholders who are running the business. And so, the most important thing is, how do we listen and learn to understand the needs of the stakeholders, of the end users, of the clients, so that we can co-create, right, these solutions, the digital solutions for them. So we need to co-create with those business representatives, or the business stakeholders, or the P&L owners, or whoever that may be, so that we can create the solution, the approach, and agree how we roll that out. Because of course, you're not doing big bang approaches all the time. Sometimes you need some staggered approaches, and you need to be able to partner with them. So listening, learning, co-creation, and partnership are really the key aspects of how I see working with the business. And ultimately, the business are going to be the ones who are going to judge and tell you whether or not the digital transformation initiative is successful or not. And finally, it's around being extremely transparent. And this is really all around the agile transformation mindset, but demoing and iterating continuously. So every time you sprint and you demo, then you get the feedback points, and then iterate again and do it over and over and over. And I think having that agile discipline is just as important, because then you get the touch points with the end users, you hear their feedback, and then you can iterate. I think the challenge is making sure that with such a wide variety of stakeholders, for me, for example, we service almost every single type of role, front-facing colleague in the bank. So, we have private clients, we have retail clients, we've got investment consultants, we've got corporate clients, for example. They're all very diverse and very different. So who do we listen to? And that is also a different part of that, is that we need to have empowered colleagues who are facing those front colleagues, to make sure that we have a clear set of objectives, a prioritized set of objectives, so that we can go on and build and deliver for all of our end users.
Nice. I've had a question come in from the audience here from Lenny. Thanks for that, Lenny. You've mentioned the importance of using soft skills for digital transformation. Could you give us some tangible examples of how you've done that?
So soft skills. I think that A lot of the team, the colleagues that I have on the team are engineers, developers that are absolutely great at developing, right? And I think that a lot of the challenges that they have is, getting to articulate their work so that the business can understand the business value. Right. Ultimately, this is around how do we communicate business value, whatever you define business value to be. And often, I often talk to colleagues and they say, my work should speak for itself. And actually, that's fine. And in many cases it does. But in a large organization with many divisions, many regions, many business areas, it could get lost in the noise. And I think it's really important that especially the engineering colleagues, because we're trying to promote and develop an engineering culture where we're focusing on giving the voice to the engineers all the way down to the end user. Those engineers need to be prepared to communicate appropriately. So one of the major elements that we're focusing on for the soft skills part is the communication. And it's not about a sales pitch. It's more around how do they position themselves, or to position the output of what they've created, the widgets that they produce, to equate to business value. And the best way for them to do that is that they need to understand the business strategy. They need to understand why. And that's the main thing, right? They need to understand why are they producing the widgets they're being asked to produce, not just because the agile story point said you need to do this, right? It's because they understand the bigger picture.
Sure.
So part of our responsibility as leaders is to make sure that we not only empower and encourage our developers to improve their communication aligned to business value. My responsibility is to make sure that these developers understand the bigger picture and the rationale, and most importantly, the purpose. And that's why, having those continuous dialogues, the knowledge exchange sessions that we have with our front stakeholders, bring them in to the development shops. In fact, pre-pandemic, we often had visits that we would go out to, contact centers, branches, operation centers, all the people who are using our tool so that we can hear it from the front directly. And now post-pandemic, we obviously can't do that, but we do the same thing virtually. And we also do it reverse. So we bring people from the front, and like a relationship manager, for example, and we bring him or her into one of our development guilds. And we say, hey, what do you do after you get coffee in the morning? What's your day like? What do you do when you go through and you set up a meeting with a client, you have an advisory process, you have a post meeting with the client and a follow-up? How do you use our tools? What's your pain points? And so those dialogues with a different, diverse set of stakeholders and different power users, we get a different view, and it ultimately educates our engineers to empower them to communicate better to the business. So this is all around, improving communication as a soft skill, number one priority for us.
Yeah, nice. That's a really good answer, and thanks, Lenny, for the question there. So digital change management, going back to that, it's often defined in 4 key areas. We've got prepare, define, design, and then finally build and verify. How do you best plan change in your own experience, and how can leaders get off to the best possible start?
Yeah, I mean, part of my role is, I'm accountable for strategic transformation, but also operations, production support as well. The whole kind of life cycle comes under my remit. And I think when I think about digital change management, we need to move away from the traditional triple constraint. Right. And so this is the triple constraint. Those of you who are kind of the PMI school, it's, scope, time, cost, quality, etc. And we need to move away from those kind of fixed triple constraint and move towards a focusing on scope, but fixed capacity and time box sprints. So it's prioritizing the scope, right? So instead of having a fixed scope, we focus on prioritizing the scope, and because we have a continuous backlog of new features, improvements, stability activities that we're doing day in and day out. So I think that's the first thing, is we need to get out of the old ways of working, the old ways of kind of project management, and move towards product management and product ownership. So as I already mentioned, right, we need to also think about how do we cater for operations. Often, especially in the old days before digital came about, you would often throw the thing over the fence after you went through your closure phase of projects. You'd throw it over the fence for someone else to manage, right? You would work with service management and you would create a service wrapper, and then off it went. And then the project person would go off to the next project, and then you leave operations to deal with the operations. What we're doing now, especially at Credit Suisse, is we have merged those organizations together. So now I have accountability for operations as well. So it's the you build it, you break it, you fix it, and you run it mentality.
Mhm.
And therefore, if we do have a major incident in production, my phone is going off. It's my application. And so it is a challenge. It's a different type of a way of approaching it, but it also gives us much more visibility of all of the issues in production, and most importantly, we have much more rapid approach to resolving it for the end users because we hold the prioritization. So we work very closely with our business colleagues to prioritize those incidents. So instead of prioritizing new features or functionality, we're actually prioritizing production incidents that's impacting the end users. And we're hearing this feedback loud and clear. So instead of getting it lost between organizations because someone else is running the application for you, now I'm accountable. So I have nowhere to hide, right? And I think this is, it is extremely challenging. This has been going on for the last year in our setup, because dealing with production with so many different users across geographies is a challenge. It's a new skill set. It's a different skill set to have. But I do think that, when you think about change management, think about the whole cycle. Right? That's how I would answer that question, Chris. It's about the whole cycle all the way to running it and maintaining it. Because, the project, we don't think about projects anymore. We don't have a project mindset. It's about a product mindset. It's about a running mindset. So we build it and we run it.
Nice, really good answer. And then finally, to wrap things up, a question that I've asked our first speaker, Michael, and our second speaker, Bernie, there, about looking beyond the pandemic and the future of work. How do you see the future of work looking? Are we looking at hybrid working models? Are we looking at further working into the cloud? What's your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, I can speak from a Credit Suisse, or at least from my organization's perspective. I mean, we're really applying a remote first mentality. We look at this as an opportunity, and we do think that there will be a time and place for meeting at the office, whether it's on-sites or workshops or different specific events that are targeted, short and sharp, and then we go back to remote working. Remote working for us, I feel and I believe it will be the standard. It will be something that I will be practicing. In fact, I will be looking for that in any team organization that I will be working in. So instead of being a nice to have, it's now a requirement for a lot of job seekers. And that's why I talked about talent and how we grow our talent in the future and retain our talent. I do think that, the remote working will enable our, team culture and inclusion, as I talked about. But that means our team culture needs to adapt. We need to think about how do we continue to include our colleagues, for example, offshore and nearshore. I also think, around the future ways of working is this continued importance on digital enablement and transformation. This strategy that we have is only going to continue, as I mentioned. We're going to have more of it, much more of it, and we need to get ready to continue to deliver against it. And I also think that there's an onus on the individuals to be really digitally fit for future, right? We talked about training. I think that a lot of these individuals need to expect to train themselves, be on this continuous learning journey themselves rather than being told to train or they have to do these mandatory trainings. I mean, that's like the bare minimum. Every individual should want to have this thirst for more knowledge and thirst to continue to transform. And I also do think, finally, there's going to be this need for more asynchronous working. I think that a lot of the remote working that we have right now is really a lift and drop of what we had. We're just remote. So we still have the same meetings, some often of the same duration, the same structure of approach of work, but, we're going to pivot to the next maturity of remote working, which is all around asynchronous working, where you don't necessarily have to be always on all the time because you have the ability to work when you need to and to input and contribute when you need to through an asynchronous way. And I think that that will be, for those companies that are able to crack that will be the next evolution. And you'll see that for a lot of the tech companies and a lot of the kind of more traditional companies have some catching up to do.
Perfect. Well, Daryl, 25 minutes well spent. Thanks so much for taking the time out to join us today and for answering those questions. Really nice to understand your viewpoints on some kind of business critical topics kind of within digital transformation and change management. So thanks for joining us.
Great, Chris. Thank you for having me, and thanks for the engagement, audience, and look forward to speaking with you soon. Take care.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks, Daryl, and hopefully we'll meet again in person at a conference in the not so far future.
I look forward to it. See you, Chris.
Thank you. Thanks, Daryl. Great chat there with Daryl on the digital change management, which plays a huge part in digital transformation and, of course, working practice. So I thank Daryl for that. We're now going to be moving on to our final presentation before a quick break, and then we'll have a panel discussion, real good engaging panel discussion ahead, as well as a further presentation and fireside chat. So our final session for the break lies with Edvard Lundberg, who is the Chrome Enterprise Nordics lead, and he's going to be presenting on modern computing with Chrome OS. In this presentation, Edvard will take a look at work from home trends, the cloud workforce that it brings, future of work, of course, legacy endpoints, and much more. Fascinating presentation on advancing your workforce. So going to play the Edvard presentation now, and then afterwards we'll have 5 or 10 minutes or so of a Q&A session. So do pop those into the chat if you have the questions. So over to Edvard. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining me today at the Online Digital Transformation Conference. My name is Edvard Lundberg. I'm Chrome Enterprise Nordics lead at Google. In this session, let's explore together the new norm of a distributed workforce, as I will talk about the modern, secure, and cloud-based tools organizations need to keep employees productive wherever they work. Modern employees have already started moving towards user-friendly tools that foster collaboration, boost productivity, and enable them to work from anywhere. This means adopting cloud infrastructure and tools. Remote working was already a growing consideration for employees and employers alike before it was thrust upon workforces everywhere. In fact, between 2005 and 2018, working from home grew by 173%, according to Global Workplace Analytics. We need to move workforces to the cloud. Businesses now exist in a boundless world and need tools that enable agility. Modern employees need user-friendly tools that foster collaboration, boost productivity, and enable them to work from anywhere. Fast forwarding to 2020, COVID-19 obviously accelerated the move to the cloud. Employees were forced to work from home. IT had to figure out how to manage employees remotely. According to a Gartner report, 88% of organizations mandated that employees work remotely. However, we are now where we thought we would be 5 years from now. So remote working is the new normal. And although many businesses are looking for ways to bring employees back into the office, remote working will still be the way of life for a significant amount of the workforce, and IT will have to support a distributed workforce with employees in office, in the field, and at home. With this shift, the idea of having a cloud-based platform like Chrome OS that allows employees to access their data anytime, anywhere is no longer a nice to have. It's a necessity for many businesses as they adopt a more versatile way of working and enable employees to work remotely. And these organizations are entering an era that is beyond the workplace, a more fluid construct of where and how work gets done, which could be anywhere without bounds. So IT admins, they need solutions that help them evolve, help them evolving to demands of this workforce way faster. Legacy endpoints are not built to support new ways of working. A high degree of intervention is needed by IT professionals in order to ensure things like antivirus updates, software updates, OS patches, and data backup. So legacy endpoints will be not built to protect against malicious parties and common threat vectors without any peripheral software. They're not going to be built to sync customizations and compliance requirements across multiple devices. It's also going to be a high cost for maintaining this device fleet related to provisioning, continued support, and management. The high cost is also going to be applied to the on-device storage requirements that come with that. So IT professionals should not be tied up with manual security patching and basic admin tasks all day. You want them focusing on building your business, enabling innovation across the enterprise. Even for businesses that are totally committed to the cloud and are already moving to Chrome OS, modernizing existing technology to truly support a distributed workforce, whether at home, in the office, on the front line, or keeping things moving in the field, means the challenges remain. And those include proliferation of apps and devices, lack of a distributed endpoint security, slow device deployment, disrupted user experiences, and an ineffective, costly technology. Companies need to understand who in their organization is cloud ready, get the right devices into their hands, and make sure they have the tools to stay productive and focused on what matters, which is applications and data. Whether those guys are, in their offices, at home, in the field, employees in all of those free worker segments need cloud-based tools that enable them to work from wherever. Moving data and applications and even the people to the cloud at an unprecedented speed. Modernization won't, however, fully be possible if you're still using a legacy platform. IT decision makers we surveyed indicated that only 58% of their organization's work applications could be accessed via browser. This should, of course, be nuanced towards different verticals and organization, but while many have already invested in modernizing infrastructure, there's never been a more critical time to extend those cloud investments into endpoint computing environments as well, particularly to support the long-term remote working movement that we see. Forrester predicts that the percentage of information workers working from home most of the time will rise to 21% by the end of 2021, up from 7% in 2019. To be honest, I think it's going to be even higher, specifically for a region as the Nordics that I'm working in. So why would you adopt Chrome OS? What's in it for you? Well, first of all, it's built for the cloud since day one. We don't come with a lot of a patchwork of legacy software. Chrome OS is right there providing a flexible, secure, fast to deploy, and very easy to manage platform, offering devices that work the way the employees do and redefining how businesses work in the browser. There's also a broad set of Chrome OS capabilities that are sure to keep your business running while working remotely. Here's 4 examples of use cases that we've seen Chromebooks, where we've seen Chrome OS being rapidly deployed just recently. First of all, businesses enabling information workers to work from home, most common one. Then we have the financial industry who are replacing their traditional thin clients with Chrome OS in order to mobilize the workforce in a larger extent. Also, businesses equipping call center agents with Chromebooks to provide customer support remotely. Here's Chromebox, another form factor that's been very popular. You also have the healthcare organizations providing nurses and doctors Chromebooks to administer remote healthcare in nursing homes, etc. But also something we've seen very popular there would be the thin client replacement with Chrome OS. But to bring these capabilities to life, I would like to share a few customer incentives that comes from those and, of course, other use cases. First of all, we have fast deployment. 76% is what Forrester calculated that an IT admin can save deploying a Chromebook, since there's no imaging required, and apps are automatically downloaded, including settings and bookmarks. Since they're stored in the cloud profile, you can save a lot of time, both as a user and as an admin. When it comes to applications, and we're gonna double click on this one for a while, there's not only web apps that a end user has the ability to access. Of course, they can do that, but they can also access things like Microsoft Office 365, either as a regular web app or as a PWA, available offline and attached to the user's organizational unit. You can do video conferencing with Zoom or Google Meet or chat through things like Slack. There's also Google Play Store apps where you can run responsive Android apps, sandboxed and managed from the Google admin. And you can also restrict which types of apps a user can download by themselves from the Google Play Store or the Chrome Web Store. Obviously, you also have the alternative of VDI and virtualized applications from things like Citrix, VMware, Cameo, or even Windows Virtual Desktop. For your developers, they can obviously use their favorite cloud IDEs in the Chrome browser, but there's also a Linux installation coming on Chrome Enterprise devices when they're shipped, and there's multiple versions of that they can use themselves. Going forward, so what does modern employee experience mean in a Chrome context? First of all, one thing that's very close to my heart is the boot time. We never call something a Chromebook if it boots in more than 6 seconds. And this is actually from cold start. They stay fast and they don't slow down over time. If you consider a Chrome device like a SaaS app, you log on to it and you see some enhancements over time. It's just the same experience with a cloud device such as Chrome. You also have today a huge variety of OEM devices with very long battery lives and modern features like SSD drives and touchscreens coming from all of our OEMs. You can work offline. If you're on a flight or some remote location, you can access your PWAs, your Google Play Store apps, local files, and Google Drive files, and even Workspace. One more thing that I really appreciate, other than the quick boot time, is that updates happen in the background. I don't need to think about those while they happen. They just happen, and I have to be very aware to be able to see that an update has actually been performed in the background. Security is, of course, something very important, something that our end users in most cases take for granted, but it's also related to the user experience. And I think the updates happening in the background is a very substantial reason that Chrome OS devices stay secure. Other than that, I think it's the simplicity of the OS and the lightweight of the OS that makes it secure. On top of that, we also have data encryption out of the box, so you don't have to spend time doing things like Windows Defender or BitLocker in order to get your encryption on the device. You can also use your custom certificates and checked towards our Titan C hardware chip that is built onto any Chromebook. We also perform a verified boot, meaning basically that we check each step from the kernel to the application to see if anything has been manipulated. This makes it almost impossible to perform some kind of root level hack onto a Chromebook. We've actually had a bounty of $150,000 for anyone who manages to perform that. This is money that has not been paid out. Sandboxing is another important thing, so that any applications that, for instance, run in a tab, they're always isolated and sandboxed from each other, so that if some kind of harmful code happens in one window, it doesn't affect the rest of what's going on the OS. One more very strong incentive is obviously the cost effectiveness of Chrome OS. You're going to save soft savings and hard savings. Soft savings come from the time not being spent on managing your fleet of Chromebooks, but also from the end user not being needed to spend time on updates and restarts of their devices. There's also going to be several peripheral software installations that you don't need to pay licenses for. Most applications, most identity providers, and things like peripheral equipment work on Chrome Enterprise devices, But if you want our watermark on a specific product, there is a program that we call Chrome Enterprise Recommended, where we tested all those applications to ensure that they work and truly perform on Chrome OS devices. We've also spent a lot of investments and time and substantially in Chrome, and will continue to do so as our customer and partner base is growing. Here are some examples of the things we've done the last years. I think Parallels is one of those things that really is appreciated. Zero touch enrollment, and coming soon the Chrome OS readiness tool, making it very easy for an IT admin to see which applications can run and is compatible on a Chrome OS device. There's several examples of enterprise organizations that can be found in multiple verticals that has embraced the cloud benefits of Chrome Enterprise. I would recommend you to move over to ChromeEnterprise.google, which is a landing page where you can find a lot of those stories. Some of them are videos, some of them are case studies, where they explain why and how they adopted Chrome Enterprise widely within their organizations. But where do you go from here? Cloud workers, they are a reality today, and many companies are already on this journey to enable their employees to embrace the cloud. First of all, I would start with the browser and managing a modern browser for your organization. Chrome's legacy browser support extension lets you see or set Chrome as your primary browser, while seamlessly redirecting users to older browsers for your legacy applications. Then, modernizing your company workflows, including adopting automatic updates, managing your browser from the cloud, and evaluating your cloud identity options. Then I would look at your workforce and segment based on how people work, not job title. Identify the cloud workers in your organization that could immediately benefit from cloud endpoints. We've worked with Forrester and our own Google Chromebook adoption team to identify the best practices for segmentation, and we'll talk more about this topic later in the day. To get more for the transition, move legacy apps to VDI or virtualized applications, and adopt cloud-native applications like Workspace and make the collaboration easier and more seamless. Then I would look for ways to pilot Chromebooks in your organization. At Google, we've had success with using a grab-and-go loaner program as a way to seed devices with cloud workers, gather feedback, and throughout the process tell us what's working and what's not. We're building this product to work for you as well. Lastly, optimize by setting long-term goals, putting in place change management, and retracing your steps. That was it for me, and thank you so much for listening.
We're now going to be joined by Edvard for a Q&A session. So Edvard's going to get his camera up and running, and then hopefully we'll be having a little Q&A session before the session break. As I've explained a few times, I can see people are joining throughout. So just a quick one after the break, we will be having the panel session that will involve Google, Umicore, KLM, Royal Dutch Airline, and Mondelez International, talking about championing productivity within a distributed workforce. I can now see Edvard with us, so we will crack on with the Q&A here. Edvard, welcome to the event. Thanks for your presentation, and good to have you with us. How are you today?
I'm all good. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure. Might be a little unconcentrated because they're drilling in my apartment, and it's worse than ever before. So if you see me go like this, you know why. Okay.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. I think people have become a bit more accustomed to the goings on in people's houses throughout the pandemic. So as it is the new normal, no worries if that happens. Good to have you with us. So let's crack on. We had a question come in regarding your points raised around the virtual healthcare practitioners. Can you explain a little further about this use case and how that works?
Of course. So healthcare for me lies very closely to my heart. I spent 6 years at Citrix before coming to Google and the Chrome Enterprise team, where the EHR applications were in many cases virtualized.
Yeah.
So I'd say one big use case that it very clearly applies the value from Chrome OS is the mobile thin clients. I mean, that, before today, you used to have thin clients where doctors and nurses used to come to those and only use their Citrix applications in certain places. But now those devices need to move around more, and one doctor might need to work with their EHR applications at home. So that is a very compelling use case that is also pretty easy to evaluate for a hospital. Then we also have the second branch of healthcare, which is like telehealth and nursery homes and similar, where we see a lot of adoption. We have this one customer in the Netherlands called SNL Zorg, who replaced iPads and went all in on Chromebooks instead. And for them, the incentive was primarily TCO, and they were able to reduce a total of, and this is their own words, a total of 10% from their IT budget going to Chrome devices instead of iPads. So it's both the regular hospital use case and the telehealth mobile healthcare workers use case that's very compelling and substantial in value.
Nice. And then another question coming here from Rich. How does Chrome OS support security within a distributed workforce and ensure safety against new threats?
So I think when it comes to and emphasizing on new threats, I think you can definitely dive into how we manage updates, right? Because you have to have updates, you have to have patches in order for a OS to be secure and to be present in a world of new threats every day. And one of the major reason why Chrome OS is secure continuously is because that updates aren't depending on the user to interact with them. Like if you take me for example, I'm a effective, meaning lazy user when it comes to updates and stuff like that. I have my MacBook, and my MacBook is continuously going to ask me to close a program, save a file, plug in the charger, and try tonight or whatever it is, because it has to do updates. I have to be very aware to see if my Chromebook has made an update. It might be while I'm closing the clamshell and moving into the kitchen or something like that. And when I open it, I might, if I'm very, very focused, I can see a little bit of difference there in some corner or something like that. And an update has been rolled out. So an admin worried about security, you never have to worry about those users like me who might just push that try again later button when it comes to security patches.
Yeah.
So much less of a headache for a Chromebook user, and that is why it becomes so much less of a headache for an IT admin as well.
Yeah. No, I get that. I'm one of those individuals that always try again tomorrow. So
yes. Yeah.
Completely understand that. And then just out of kind of interest, over the course of the pandemic, the last 12 months, how have you kind of managed clients moving to Chrome Enterprise in a virtual sense, and how's this worked for you? Obviously, Google are incredibly good at remote working and everything, but how has the pandemic had an impact on how you onboard clients and customers?
Ooh, there's several ways of doing that. We've seen big banks roll out their virtual environments to analysts or traders working from home with multiple screens. I don't know if you heard the drilling, but it's now started, their lunch is over. Sorry about that. But I think one more example that you can take with you is the use of parallels, meaning that customers who have existing fleets of hardware, especially during last year when we had a big stock issue and customers not being able to get their hands on new devices, were able to use old devices and quickly get Chrome OS onto those, and sweating those assets for a far longer time. So that's, I think, one really nice way of using it. I also have examples of customers here in the Nordics who've, haven't really had a big threshold for working from home, especially in the for those customers who already had Chromebooks and maybe virtualization. They could just hand out those and increase the amount of remote access licenses or whatever you have, and then they're good to go. So for working from home, I think Chrome OS is a perfect operating system. Well, of course, I'm biased, but hey.
Of course, yeah. No, that's a good answer, and thanks for that. And finally, a question that I've kind of wrapped up every conversation pretty much I've had today, and with your colleague earlier, Michael. How do you see the future of work looking? Are enterprises moving towards a more hybrid kind of working model, or are we going to see remote working as kind of the new standard? What's your take on that, and what's your insights there?
Yeah, I mean, I can only guess, but I would definitely agree that a hybrid model is something that we're going to see more of. I definitely think both options are going to be available for enterprises going forward. It's not going to be black or white, and especially now that we know and jump those years forward, as I said in the presentation, we do know that we can use any application safely from our home. So that's not going to be a barrier anymore. So yes, definitely a hybrid model.
Perfect. Well, Edvard, thank you for joining us today. Thank you for the presentation and then for the Q&A session. Don't worry, that we could still hear you through the drilling, so we managed to understand what you're saying there. So happy days. Thanks for joining us, and have a great rest of the day.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. Cheers.
Cheers. Take care now and see you soon. Bye now.
Bye.
Okay, so that was Edvard joining us. A great presentation on more of the security aspects of kind of distributed workforces working in the cloud, and hopefully uncovered some answers that people are potentially looking for there. We're now moving into a session break, and as mentioned quite a few times, we do have the panel session coming up after that, and that will be running for just under an hour. We're going to then have another presentation around security and a final fireside chat with the former Chief Digital Officer from IKEA. And very much flavour of conversations are going to be around future of work. We're going to touch more upon that hybrid model that we discussed throughout the day. So do join us. We'll be back in around 20-25 minutes for the final session of today. So grab a coffee and see you back pretty soon. Thanks so much. Welcome back, everyone. We're in that in-between time where it's good morning to the UK audience and now good afternoon to our European audience. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed the morning session. We had some great presentations and discussions with our speakers around the future of work, digital transformation, change management and such. And we're now moving into the final session of the day where we're welcoming a fantastic panel session to join us. I'm going to be shortly handing it over to Thomas, who is moderating the session. Thomas is Chrome Enterprise, the DAC lead, and Thomas will be putting questions to our three excellent panelists, which include Katharina Brott, who's Head of Germany Communications and Digital Workplace at Umicore. We have Jotin Shah, who's the Global Director of Digital Workplace Services at Mondelez International. And finally, we're joined by Roshan Dados, Customer Journey Manager from KLM Royal Dutch Airlines. But before we do get going, I would like to mention that views of our panelists are personal narrative and not necessarily those of their respective organisations. Each of our panelists are going to offer their own personal experience and insights. So, Thomas, hopefully you're with us now. If I can hand the reins over to you, you're making my life very easy today, allowing me to sit back and have a coffee and enjoy the panel session while you do the hard work of offering the questions. So, Thomas, maybe if I can hand it to you, you can introduce yourself, and then perhaps our panelists can do the same as well. So, if that's good with you, Thomas, I'm gonna hand it over to you.
Yes, excellent. That's perfect with me. So sounds like video and sound is okay. So I instantly start. So my name is Thomas Kuczek. I'm the head of Chrome Enterprise Sales in Germany. I'm with Google since 11 years. And, I'm pretty happy that we have a balanced session with, 50% male and 50% female, which is huge. So thanks for this. Yeah, and for the introduction, I would like to start with Katharina Brott. She seems to be the next one in line.
Yeah, thank you very much, Thomas. My name is Katharina. I am working at Umicore. We are a materials technology and recycling company. So I think the interesting fact at Umicore is that we can not entirely invite our workforce to work from home at the moment because we have obviously production facilities. I'm with Umicore for 10 years now, and I'm responsible for Germany communications and digital workplace. So my background is in communications, not so much technical, and that's actually also very interesting in the way we work with our digital workplace activities.
Okay, thanks. Next one would be Jotin.
Yeah, Jotin is perfect, just easier to pronounce. So hello everyone, good sound and video, I hope. Big hello to my team. Some of you I know have joined as well the session. So I'm responsible for digital workplace services globally for Mondelez. Mondelez is a snacking company. You know our brands, Cadbury, Oreo cookies. Slowly, I want to see the smiles increasing as I mention my brands. Philadelphia cream cheese, Ritz cookies. There's many brands that we manufacture and market around the world. And of course, the digital workplace is a big part of what we do in IT. 45,000 users spread in over 400 locations. So a big responsibility that my team carries as well on keeping everyone productive.
And Jotin, you're more on the technical side, or also like Katharina on more communication side?
I have evolved to be a technical person. My background is finance and business actually. So I've studied business, and I have evolved to be a technologist.
Okay, thanks for the introduction. And then we have in the call Roseanne. Tell us a little bit about yourself. If you're not frozen.
I think indeed I see the chat on the right side. It's frozen, so maybe Roseanne has to leave and enter again.
Oh, so she left. That works.
And I guess that's what she's doing now.
Okay. So let's, wait a couple of minutes and see if Roseanne is coming back. So she is the customer journey manager. That's what I've learned so far. And I actually stalked her on LinkedIn. So quite impressive VC. Hopefully she can make it. She was actually working, now that we are talking about this, for Inkdiba, where I have my bank account. So that's nice. Otherwise, let me ask, some beginning questions, and let's see if she's coming in, and if she's coming in, we'll follow up with the introduction. Oh.
I think
looks
I just
positive. Perfect, Roseanne. Good to see you back. And now you're not frozen and we can hear you. That's perfect. So, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Sure. I just heard some of your words, but indeed, you mentioned correctly, I'm working in KLM customer experience. Obviously, a very challenging time for us last year, not only personally, but also business-wise. I've been working at KLM for 3 years now, where I'm responsible for personalization, so creating a one-on-one experience for all our customers, and happy to join today.
Yeah, you're welcome. Good, great. So now when we're looking back to 2020, obviously one major thing that changed a lot in communication and IT industry, obviously, is COVID. And it forced a lot of people to it forced a lot of companies to send people to their home. And actually, it helped quite some IT companies with VCs, what we are doing now. So if you look back at 2020 and at the digital workspace and how it evolved, and how the rise of remote working with the new complex challenges has arisen, what has been the most difficult thing for you to overcome? And maybe let's start in the how we started now. So let's start with Katharina.
Okay, so I will give it a try. Actually, it sounds funny, but was really true at the beginning. The biggest challenge for us was to organize all the hardware, right? Because we had still a lot of people with actual PCs, so no laptops. We had a lot of people who didn't have additional webcams or headsets. So what we had to do was to organize all the hardware when everybody else was doing the same. But luckily that worked well. That was a big challenge. The actual part of working from home to offer the technology was not a problem, because we organized the rollout of Office 365 starting in 2018, and we finished it with the introduction of Teams at the end of 2019. So luckily we had all the technology in place. What was the challenge was to give all the people the skills and a place where they could ask questions to really start working remotely, like to really embracing the technology and not only making a video call with Teams, We were lucky in a way that we had developed a lot of training material in 2019, but we really had to apply it. We had to tell people where it is. We had to make it visible. And we had to make also our heroes of ambassador, our group of ambassadors, which we call digital heroes, more visible. And we had to help them to reach out to their colleagues. So those were the challenges that we had at the beginning. And I think we will talk about the challenges that we will have in the future a bit later.
Yes, yeah, we come to this. So you basically needed to establish a train-the-trainer model and promote this. So the message spread out better into your company.
Yeah. And luckily we had everything in place. Like the community was already there, but obviously the pandemic helped to boost it, to make it more visible, and also to recognize the community members more, because it's something that they do on a voluntary basis, right next to their actual job.
Okay. Yeah. Jotin, how was it for you? What was the most thing?
Yeah, so a few similar experiences to Katharina. Technically, I think we were able to move into a good place very, very, very quickly. We had some VPN choke-ups, for example, and we had, Skype had to be sort of divided into multiple tenants, for example. But we were able to overcome those technical challenges pretty rapidly with the team. To Katharina's point, we did have. With the lockdowns, especially in the larger countries, Italy, the lockdown was very, very quick, very, very sudden. So we had to be very agile in terms of how we were handling our users, supporting our users, providing the equipment, getting in the office to actually remove some of our equipment as well, including PCs. Our partners in India, our BPO providers and partners in India were struggling with also availability of hardware. So even just the basics, right, became a challenge at the time, I would say. Otherwise, we cruised through working from home. Literally 80% of our workforce are knowledge workers, right? Of course, our manufacturing footprint never shut down. But our knowledge workers, really 80%, 90% of our workforce overnight had moved to working from home. So with that sudden change, the loads, the monitoring, etc., we really ramped that up, and we were quite successful. To Catherine's point, the dedicated change management team. As part of our digital workplace, I have the change management team. They did an excellent job of communicating over the intranet. The whole company came together really, so the intranet became the place to go. Get the news, get the information, get the videos. We started to run webinars very, very quickly as well. So a lot of that user impact, training, knowledge was a big winner actually for us.
Yeah, good to hear. Hardware, I heard this already twice, so that seems to be a common theme. How was it for your company, Rosanne?
Yeah, to be honest, as Air France KLM, we have a dual head office in place, right? So we are based in Amsterdam and in Paris. So everyone from head office, at least, was used to having video calls already. And we chat a lot with our, let's say, foreign colleagues. So I think in terms of shifting towards online conversations and online meetings, I think everybody was well equipped. At the same time, we do see some cultural issues, of course, aside from, of course, the more hardware-focused ones that we've faced as well. But I think if I speak personally for myself, I really missed having this small connection with colleagues, not being able to see the body language and small cues to also see whether something is going in the right way or not. So I think there was a shift for everyone, how we could collaborate effectively. And I think my living room had basically a burnout. There were just too many expectations of my living room last year. It had to fulfill my office needs, my connection with friends and family, my relaxing zone, my gym. So I think for lots of people, the change of scenery, we missed very much. So that was something we put extra attention to. Okay,
so for whatever unknown reason, we have some issues with your connectivity sometimes, Rosanne. It's not too bad, but sometimes we are missing out words. At least I'm missing out some. Okay,
Same
here. But let's see if sometimes this is just going out of the way by itself. And it's for me it's the same. I'm so happy to have a house outside of Munich, and but anyhow, my space that I'm having, my workspace, is also my living space. You see the bed behind me, and it's somehow, we need it all to reuse our space that we have with multiple things. Like also the gym. This is horrible, since you cannot go to the gym anymore. The gym has to come in the house. True.
Exactly.
And I heard something really interesting. someone said, imagine COVID happened 20 years ago, where we still had our Nokia 3111, no VC, nothing, basically just telephone. That would be so much worse than now, because the technology itself is there, the hardware is there, and we are able to do the video conferences that we are doing now. So we can be also grateful that COVID just happened now and not 20 years ago. So if you look, at a little bit into the future, and if you try to think about the next steps that helps you further enhancing your workforce in 2021, there are most likely a couple challenges here. What do you see when you look at your own data and from employee feedback, how to accomplish this? Katharina,
am I always the one who starts, because that's very easy then.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I will start. What we see from the data is that we had incredible adoption figures over the last year. We had growth numbers of 1,000% over a year for stuff like video calls or online meetings. So on the one hand, we see a lot of adoption, but mainly for these kind of mainstream tools, right? So if you speak in the Office 365 context, it's mainly Teams that people are applying. Then we have some more niche tools where we see, for example, Planner or To-Do or so, or Whiteboard, where some people use it and many others don't. And we also see that a lot of the communication part is used, but the real collaboration part, I think there's a lot of growth potential. So to give you an example, a lot of people apply just what they knew from the office life to, working remotely. So you have now video meetings, but embracing the idea of asynchronous collaboration is a bit less common. At least that's what we see from the numbers. And we also hear that people are having, Zoom fatigue and so on. So I think we have a big growth potential in making people understand this and helping them to collaborate, for example, asynchronously, and really apply different kind of collaboration. For us as a company who's doing a lot of research and having a lot of production, we also see that we have to make sure that we don't create a digital gap, and that we somehow manage to skill up the people on the production floor as much as we do with the knowledge workers. So we don't want to create two worlds. And this is definitely a challenge for next year or for this year. And last but not least, I would like to focus more on methods than on tools. So not telling people, okay, this is a virtual whiteboard, here is where you have to click to create a post-it, but helping them to do a good virtual workshop. So what is the method behind facilitating a good virtual workshop, for example? So methods, not tools.
Wow, yeah, it absolutely makes sense. I think to use the tools is one thing, but to apply them in the correct way and the correct tool. I mean, sometimes an email is just better than a phone call. Sometimes it's the other way around. Sometimes a chat message is easier. So to do this in a good way, needs a lot of skill up for the whole employee fleet. And then what comes on top of this is also some people's some come out of communication more than others. For example, I really like VCs. I'm a big fan of VCs, but others, they like more emails. They just prefer this. So it comes extra complexity into this. Well, how about, you, Jotin, at Mondelez? How do you want to see the next steps happening?
Yeah, so my philosophy is never waste a good crisis, right? So we've gone ahead and got a massive amounts of action after the COVID crisis. We've got a lot of investments that we are making. Of course, the Teams journey has started. We are evolving that into a full Teams environment. So we want to take out all traditional telephony. As far as we can, that will increase our flexibility agenda. We are also, as a company, committed towards reducing our office spaces and, sort of using them for a different purpose, not to come and do their work, but to come and collaborate, right? So there is a big shift towards how, a little bit to Catherine's point, the way of working needs to evolve, right? The collaboration needs to evolve, and we are focused on investments in that area. Change management plays a big role, but also technology investments. So Thomas is not going to like me after the call, but we continue to go in the Microsoft world with investments in modern management tools like Intune, so people almost never have to come to the office, right? A PC will get shipped from the factory straight to the user, and get signed into Intune. MFA we have invested in over the last 1 year. Teams I already mentioned, all the whiteboarding tools. We're also bringing in Surface Hubs for collaboration where we can. Investments in webcams and mobility, and the big area of investment is, of course, our Power Platform. So really creating that mobility for the end user. So there's a certain persona, I think, Catherine, you agree, a certain persona that doesn't want to change, right? But then there's a certain persona that wants to go faster and faster and faster. We're trying to enable that persona with citizen development, giving them tools in the Power Platform, the Microsoft Power Platform, creating apps, creating workflows, really empowering them to work differently, working from home, working remotely, but yet feeling that ability to be fast, be in the place at the right place at the right time. So lots of investments still coming. Productivity never stops. How can you get even more productive? That's where the game lies.
Okay. Interesting, and immediate two feedback points that I have is reducing office spaces. You said this, so this sounds like negative investment. Have you already reduced some office space so far?
We've made some conscious decisions where we see that the knowledge workers, as such, the quality of collaboration for the knowledge workers is not reducing by working from home. We've observed this over a year right now. So yes, we have started to make those conscious decisions. There are other places where, as I mentioned, we are transforming the utility of the office. It's not a place where you have desks and screens and you come and do your work and attend phone calls. It's a place where you want to come to collaborate. It's where you want to come and have a coffee with your colleague, or meet a client, or meet a supplier, right? So it's about creating a different need for the office, and not a desk office, not a desk space.
Yeah, interesting for us. At Google, it's the same. We have not done any steps into reducing it so far, but and I don't want to make a prediction in this direction, but it might come. And the use of the office itself will change definitely. For customer meetings, it's just perfect, and also the usage of collaboration possibilities is there, just pretty good. Yeah. I think Google is going also in the same direction as you mentioned. And then, the second point for me was Intunes, which we are using for Microsoft. We have the same. It's called Zero Trust. I just want to mention it, so it doesn't fall under. So what Microsoft can do, we can also do. Roseanne, what's about the next steps and future for you at KLM, if you're still with us?
I'm still here. Do you still hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
There's always one person who messes it up, and I'm today that one. But to be honest, if I look at our strategy going forward, we do similar things as the ones Catherine and Joytin just mentioned. At the same time, I think one thing that became so clear in the pandemic is that physical contact just can't be replaced, right? So we're figuring out now how to also effectively reorganize and replan those moments we interact with our colleagues. So not only are we redevising our office strategy, we're also thinking about our own corporate travel strategy. So instead of going twice a week or 3 times a week to Paris, daily flights basically, we want to lower that frequency of travel, but increase the intensity of time spent with colleagues. So including overnight stays, social gatherings, truly connecting, to really make sure that we bond, but on a different basis. So we have this starting point from which we can also connect virtually. And furthermore, I think keep checking in with people is very important for us. So small acts of kindness. A friend of mine told this nice story. She works at a large bank in the Netherlands, and she had received a hanging plant by post. So it was brought to her front door, and it has a tagline with "Hang in there." And I think that's a very good example of a company that thinks along, brings a bit more greenery into your home, and also, gives this sign of life, right? Like we're still thinking about you as a person. And also with regards to the office strategy, I also believe in this working from near home trend, that we will see more satellite offices or maybe subscriptions to co-working places instead of one big HQ going forward. And we also get this from our corporate clients a lot. They're also revising their strategies when it comes to working from home and those travel policies, obviously.
Yeah, actually, I have to say that I love the headquarter that we have in Munich. It's a beautiful headquarter from Google, and we're actually investing into we bought an area in Munich where we are building up a new headquarter, and because of the pandemic, we are repurposing it right now. But the idea to have a headquarter, I really hope that this still survives, because I love to go to the headquarter and meet customers there. It's a great representation of Google. Obviously, it won't be definitely as it was. It will change, but I'm really hoping that headquarters itself won't go away. I hope that it stays. Okay, so if I take a look at the questions that I have still here, is about hybrid working model. I think we have talked about this. Yeah, what's also interesting, what our CFO Ruud Porat at Google said is it was easier, and obviously, we have all the technical tools available. It was easier to bring the people into the home office than bringing them back. So I think this was so interesting, because if I look at myself, I'm in home office since quite some time, basically March 2020. So it's going to be a year. And at first, it's really nice. And then I really started to miss a lot of things, like my colleagues, the lunches. We had such a great cantina at Google. It was more a restaurant than a cantina. It was really fabulous. And this is really sad that we are missing this private contact, which is not possible anymore. That's why I hope that we get vaccinated really quick and this whole thing gets over. It probably won't go over at all. But this is another discussion. But at least that we can meet each other in person. And the VCs are good and they are okay, but it's not a full replacement. I think everyone also agrees to this. So let's make a little bit of shift into how the cloud helped also to accomplish this. And if I'm hearing what you're using, Office 365 has been mentioned a couple of times. Teams has been mentioned a couple of times. So the pendant is Google Workspace and Google Meet. So just that you know that not only Microsoft exists here, we have also the same offering, similar offering. Obviously, it's better, but that's you to choose. So if you take a look at the whole environment that is changing into the cloud, and I see you're adopting it already, what's your thought on? Is this? Do you want to go further into this area? Do you want to go further into this cloud thing and use it even more, or if you take a look at your on-premise installations, how is this changing? And maybe we can switch the order. Thanks.
I agree.
Maybe start with Jotin. Do you want to talk a little bit?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we have a very successful cloud program. We have been on the journey already for a couple of years. So we have SAP and non-SAP systems on the cloud. We continue to invest in our cloud journey. Google plays a big role in the cloud journey. So Thomas, we definitely do give you business as well. The constraints, I mean, to be honest, with cloud, the usual constraints, I think, for a food company, we grow through acquisitions, the brand acquisitions. That always brings a lot of legacy applications into the ecosystem. So it's always difficult to transform to a fully cloud. So we're on the journey. It's multi-year, multi-country investment. Constraints are really around the legacy applications, people, right? There's a lot of dependency on resources and availability of people to be able to really lift and shift to the cloud. And honestly, just lifting and shifting is not enough. We want to transform as we lift and shift. So, in the end user computing space, yes, we have certain 100% plans of being in the cloud. I mean, I would say honestly, 80% of it is already there. With Intune, we go even further into that space. But with say at an enterprise level, I would say we're on a safe journey. Investments continue as we go through.
Mm-hmm. Oh, 80%! Wow, that's a huge number. Roseanne, how it is for KLM?
Well, I don't know the numbers by heart, but I believe that indeed the cloud is the way to go for us as an airline company. Well, we basically try to digitize all our processes, and that wasn't always done very strategically or with the future in mind. So we have been facing legacy issues since day one, to say so. At the same time, that also makes the case for that we nowadays think better about what decisions to take on technology perspective. I do believe that this is a strategy that we will continue. Obviously making use of all the existing players. And the good thing is that I think there has been so much investment in these virtual companies and VCs nowadays that the technology will only improve and democratize and demonetize. So I think that's a great step.
Okay. Yeah. And before I let Katharina answer, for Google, obviously we do a lot in the cloud. I mean, every single program we produce is a cloud app, so runs in the browser. And if you ask Google, we think the transformation from on-premise apps into cloud apps is definitely and browser apps the future. Not only technical-wise, because it's an abstraction layer from the operating system, and the operating system therefore gets more and more irrelevant, because you now make application for the browser with the huge benefit that it runs on any application, on any operating system, if it's Windows, Mac, or Linux. So if I take a look at modern companies which do not exist so long, and let me choose, for example, Tesla. I have a Tesla Model 3, and I was for changing the tires, and I always take a look at the monitor and what they are running, and what do I see? A browser application. So it's already all their user customer interaction is in the browser. When I do something and order a service, it's in the browser or an app. Everything they do is in the browser. So if I compare this to traditional other German companies, they are not there. So that maybe be a good segue for Katharina, how it is with Umicore.
Yeah, thank you. Well, there's not so much to add actually to what Jotin and Roseanne said, but we are also shifting workloads to the cloud whenever it allows at least the same level of security or better. It helps us to become more independent from our own infrastructure, obviously, and to increase the availability of the applications. So we are in an ongoing process there, and I think we're on a good way. One thing that I would like to add is that we are a very sustainable company. So in terms of our business model, we have a closed loop system. So we have a lot of focus on sustainability, and shifting towards the cloud also helps us to reduce our own CO2 footprint, because the infrastructure there is just much better and more energy efficient than our own energy. Than our own infrastructure. So that's another aspect, the sustainability.
Yeah, same actually for Google. I'm pretty sure you have read this in the news. Google is one of the companies who wants to be carbon neutral and is actually already for all the data centers. And as you can imagine, power is the one thing we use probably most. And it's good, every company should go in this journey and be, as green as possible and be, might be not so easy for KLM. I just think about this, but at least, as good as it's possible.
We were the first airline that went live with a brand campaign saying "Fly responsibly," and I think we are trying to lead the pack in that sense. By being more mindful of when to travel and for what reason.
Yeah, true.
We cheer for that, because I think that's just an inevitable step going forward, and also for our existence, we should be on trend with this.
Yes, and I think this is definitely one thing that that COVID also brought us. We cannot travel that often anymore, but it's not like we just can't travel anymore. It's more about, let's think about, if we should travel or not, because sometimes travel is important. And we are now in the other extreme where we're not traveling at all. But, I wish that I had some meetings in person already. And I'm pretty sure this will come back and we will have these meetings again. But what I'm really happy about is I'm not having these useless meetings where I'm flying for 2-3 hours somewhere, have an hour meeting and flying back.
Yeah,
this was just painful. I'm so happy that this is gone now.
Yeah, I agree. And we obviously did many surveys with our customers as well to understand, the impact of virtual conferencing on travel. And I think nobody misses rising early, waiting in queues, being delayed, and missing family, being away from home. So I really believe that indeed there's a more mindful shift. And for some reasons, you do want to travel because people still want to connect and they still want to be on an adventure and learn new things. And also innovation takes place by connecting people. So I do believe our business model is still valid. However, we need to make changes as anyone, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. Your business is still valid. Absolutely. And people love to travel. It's important. Let's, anyone wants to add something? Otherwise, I would go to the next question if this is okay. So, let's come to security and security threats that also came up with, the move to the cloud. I mean, a lot of things are changing. Some people, some companies, have, with the legacy system, the VPN structure and maybe VDI or to be able to work. But with the cloud, more and more people want to connect themselves directly through their internet account and do their job in an easier way. I mean, I'm pretty sure some of you who have tried a video conference in a VDI solution, it's just full of latency, it doesn't work. So this is changing. And it most likely also opens up security threats. And the question is, how do you tackle this? How do you figure out, what you can do and it's still secure? And how do you need to adapt in a secure way, not only you can talk about antiviruses and maybe backend systems, or how you want to tackle this. Yeah, let's start with maybe Jotin. Do you have any?
Sure. I mean, as I mentioned, I mean, we did beef up our security measures in 2020, considering the shift from work. I mean, we were of course fully encrypted. We were already on the Windows 10 journey, so the basics were already in place. We strengthened our multi-factor authentication protocols for our sales force, which is out in the field. With the Intune deployment and multi-factor authentication, we brought in a different level of protection. Again, I'm talking more endpoint, right? Mm-hmm. We had a pretty robust network access control in place. Our network firewalls were always strengthened. So some of those things, sort of, you can say you continue to keep that investment, right? And then on the end user side, because there was this large shift of working from home, we ensured that we were being stricter with our protocols. Even simple things like password reset, right? We re-looked at the SOP with our partners. And actually implemented a much more stringent password reset protocol, right? So because we don't want the hacking and phishing attempts, because everybody's remote, the instances of that goes up. We don't want a user to be calling up on my behalf and changing my password, right? So you need you need your multi-factor authentication. You also need a manager support, especially for our blue-collar employees that have network access. We were really strengthening those aspects. So security will always remain an important part with our security operations center, of course, as well, which is professionally managed. We continue that investment. It's nonstop. It's really nonstop.
No, it's you mentioned multi-factor authentication. We are at Google at least for 6-7 years. We are trying to get this out into the market and saying, hey, we need something more secure than just username and password. Like multi-factor is probably a pretty good solution. I don't know if you have this, some security keys. So this helps a lot to not just steal someone's password, but also to have something physical that the other person also needs to steal if he wants to sign into Notebook. And if you take a look at the the VPNs, how you connect to your own network, I mean, what happens is that let's say a year back then, people are connecting using VPN into your company, and then the traffic is being sent from your company to maybe the other company that you're trying to communicate to, and then the whole thing backwards, and where the other solution would be a more direct connection. So basically meaning getting rid of VPNs and finding other solutions like zero trust.
Zero trust.
Exactly what you've already mentioned at the beginning. So are you going more into the zero trust area and trying to reduce VPNs?
Absolutely. It's not an investment that is approved, but it is certainly part of our roadmap. So to move to zero trust.
Okay. So yeah, Roseanne, how it is at KLM when it comes to security? I mean, security probably super important for KLM, and with the antiviruses and phishing attacks. How do you tackle this, and did it change?
Definitely, we had extra emphasis on security definitely last year. Also, we have been target of many cyber attacks, to be honest, and this is also believed to be related to our role in the distribution of the corona vaccines, as we play a major role as a transport company, of course. So it's a very weird experience that as a company you play a central role in the reconstruction of the world, basically, and then these kinds of things happen. So yeah, partly because of this, we have extra security measures. People had to change passwords. At the same time, this does affect the speed of some kind of processes. So yeah, it's always this balance, right, between speed and safety. But for example, we had some issues with testing new features in certain environments that was more difficult due to extra security related measures. So yeah, it's been a struggle, but we took definitely extra measures, and safety is in our business, I think, always central and very paramount, I would say.
Mm-hmm. And have you also implemented some two-factor authentication with security keys?
We already had that in place. So we did switch from provider. Not sure what the reason was, but we do have a second step in our password system.
I'm happy to hear this. This seems to be a good choice of security and still usability. I mean, you cannot make it too complicated, otherwise people are not using it, but It has to be secure enough. So how is this with Umicore, Katharina?
Good. I just wanted to ask, Roseanne, do you have to step out now? So maybe do we have to say officially goodbye to you?
Yes, unfortunately, I have another meeting. I think everybody is well aware with the fact that you're back-to-back into meetings and you have to run from the one Zoom meeting to the other. So that's what I will be doing right now. Thank you so much for having me. It was a very interesting discussion, and hope to see you guys soon.
Yeah, thank you for attending.
Thanks a lot. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Roseanne.
Security, right? Okay.
Yeah.
No, we have a lot of systems in place, as mentioned by Jotin and also Roseanne before. I mean, we have MFA, and we were lucky that we had the rollout of our end user cloud system done already in 2018 and 19. So we put security very high on the agenda during that rollout, and it was our own agenda, right? It was not driven by a pandemic and because we had to make a quick rollout of any new system. So that was good. One aspect that wasn't so much mentioned, that's why I'm explicitly mentioning it now, is that I think in this remote times, people are very eager for social contact. So there's also more potential of social engineering, right? And this is what we thought of at the beginning of the year, and we did an awareness campaign for the potential of cyber attacks, and also we introduced a micro training, which is basically that you're getting fake phishing attempts, and you should detect them. So we were really doing a lot also on the, let's call it the human defense line, even though I don't like usually these kind of wordings, but this is really what you have to do. You have to do system-related security measures, and then again, make people aware of the potential of attacks and how those attacks work, and that it's a simple click on a link, that can already help other people to come into your system.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, if I talk to the engineers at Google and ask them about security, they only talk about technical security. Yeah. The longer the key, the better. But in reality, it's the stick from behind that forces you to give away your name, password, and this is probably more the case, and has to be more informed about how to prevent social hacking. True.
Yeah. And the good thing is, I mean, that's how we also told our colleagues, the good thing is, if you're able to detect those things in your work environment, you are also able to do it in your personal environment, right?
Yeah.
You need that kind of security also for your personal life. So it's actually kind of win-win.
Yeah, true. So, I think we have, just 7 minutes left. So I'm coming to the last question, which is about a look into the future. And basically the question is, if you, why security has effects, we have discussed this. Do you envision the future of your digital workspace, and how do you envision it? And how do you see the remote work being developed, let's say in a couple of years time frame? Who wants to start?
So I gave a bit of hints. Maybe if you can hear me, I'll start. Look, remote work, it's not new for a certain persona in our company. For example, my team and I, we're spread around the world. There are roles in my team that never need to go to the office. There are roles that are business facing that go to the office, right? So depending on the persona of the role, you can absolutely be anywhere. We were just, as the meeting started, we were chatting about being in an island somewhere, right? I mean, maybe that becomes a reality. The gig economy is real. We have already started to experiment with that in certain pockets of the company. So it's not just with employees, but also with how we contract the future of the employees, right? Or the future of work. Being outcome driven, being more flexible, investing in the engagement of employees in a different way. Roseanne had this idea of sending something to the employee's house. We received a very nice Christmas basket from our employer, right? So you're still touching the employees in a different way. Technology will always play a big role. We've over-invested in our large meeting capabilities. So I have set up a dedicated team which facilitates engagement and broadcasts for our senior leaders. This team was not as busy as they have been in the last 18 months, right, or 12 months or so. The pace at which our leaders want to engage, the pace at which our leaders actually want to do large meetings and town halls has increased, certainly. And we want to keep that engagement. We want to keep that going with our employees. So we are shifting investment in areas where we see this will stay, this will continue. This is still very, very important for us to keep engaging our people. Yammer is part of how we communicate, Teams live events, Yammer live events, broadcasts, fireside chats. So that engagement model is also rapidly evolving. And I think, honestly, all for the better. Hopefully, we can all really live and work from an island. But until that happens, I think technology is going to play a big role.
Yeah, I mean, similar to Google, you can work from anywhere for sure. But who really does this? Who really moves away because he now knows that he can work from anywhere? This is at the end, it's not that easy as everyone thinks, right?
You have family commitments, you have school commitments. Even if I wanted to with my kids in school, I wouldn't be able to say, oh, we go to a remote island. So I think there's, again, a persona, right? You always have to think of a persona. Maybe there is a persona that has that flexibility and says, hey, I will do that 5 years before I could have done it, because now I can really be anywhere. Right? Maybe there's a younger person that says, for the next 5 years, I'm able to do that. Let me do that. And then maybe I come back into a different environment. So I think it's all about flexibility and the choices that this is creating. I want to say my kids are lucky to have those opportunities and those options as technology keeps evolving and as the workspace keeps evolving. We didn't have that option. Our parents certainly didn't have that option. So, make the most of it.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, you're right. It's about the personas, and for some people it's really easy and they do it. I just get a chat from people who are listening in it, and they, hey, I would do it, Thomas. So definitely this exists. And there are other people who cannot do this because of children going to school and so on. And then you just can be lucky if you're living in a land side where it is already nice and maybe not in the city center where it is right now pretty not so easy maybe because you cannot do what you wanted to do. Yeah, but Katharina, I also wanted to hear your answer.
Yes, talking about the future of work. I think we've already spoken about it a bit during the discussion, right? So for a company like Umicore, where we do have a big part of the workforce that is actually on the side, I still think that the hybrid model is the way we are going to go in the future. We have to see it in different regions, because obviously there are different, ways that the local rules are, also different cultures. How much are people used to being, to working from home, to lead from home? How much do they have to learn that? So we are definitely going to tackle this, or we are already. So planning for the future. I think that's important. But one thing that I would like to say, and that's a bit from my experience as a communicator, is that I haven't seen as many experiments in Umicore. Now, I'm not talking from R&D perspective, but in the way we are working, in the way we are communicating in 2020 than in any of the years before. It's not comparable. And I've also received the feedback from our colleagues that many of them have actually felt very well informed and very close to our leadership team. And that's because we were extremely experimental with the technologies that we had at hand. And also the leadership team was very open to trying out new things, speaking very often and regularly to a lot of people, in virtual town halls, etc. Everybody throughout the company has tried out new things like, virtual bar camps, huge online team events with escape rooms, etc., etc. So what I hope is going to persist is that people are very experimental. They are not afraid to fail. It's okay to just try out an idea and then see how it works. And this thing to start creating an idea, not thinking about it, or not driven by technology. So first sketch out what you want to reach, try to have a good idea about certain things to engage with your colleagues, and then fit this idea into technology. So if we can move further in this direction, that would be just great.
Yeah, technology should always help us, to do the right things and communicate.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks everyone. This was, really great. I appreciated it very much, and thanks a lot to Katerina, and thanks a lot to Jyotin and to Roseanne, who already had to leave. But thanks everyone for this great conversation.
Thanks a lot. I enjoyed it.
And I think Chris is now taking over. So back to you, Chris.
Thomas, thanks so much for that, and Katerina, Jyotin, and Roseanne, who since left. Thank you so much for offering your insights. Really nice conversation, and of course appreciate you taking the time to prepare for the panel and for sharing some of your insights there. Real pleasure to have you included, and look forward to connecting again in the future. So thanks so much for joining.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks.
Have a nice day.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Thank you, Thomas, as well. Okay, then. So a great panel discussion there with Thomas from Chrome Enterprise, Katerina from Umicore, Jyotin from Mondelez International, and Roseanne from KLM. Real pleasure to have been joined by those professionals to kind of discuss very quickly the ins and outs of the digital workplace, the future of work, the common theme, of course, of today's conversations and discussions. So a big thank you to those for joining and sharing those insights. We've got two more sessions coming up. Now we're going to be joined by Leon Pritchard, who's going to be touching again on security. I know it came up there in the panel and we heard about it earlier on in the day as well. And then we're going to be finishing off with another fireside chat. This time we're going to be joined by the former Chief Digital Officer from IKEA, Mercedes, and we're going to be again reflecting on the future of work and particular trends in digital transformation that we will see over the course of 2021 and beyond. So we're now, as mentioned, going to be joined by Leon Pritchard. who's Chrome Enterprise Customer Engineer. He's going to be offering a quick fire presentation, 10 minutes or so, on the elements of security within a distributed workforce. We're then going to hopefully be joined by Leon for a Q&A session, and then after that we will welcome Mercedes for the chat. So I'm now going to play Leon's presentation. As ever, if you do have questions as we move along, do pop those in the chat, and I will get to those. And likewise with Mercedes chat, if there are things that you want to ask, I do kind of encourage that interactivity element. So without further ado, moving on to Leon now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Online Digital Transformation Conference. My name is Leon Pritchard, and I'm a Chrome Customer Engineer at Google. In this session, I'm going to talk about how Chrome OS and Chrome Browser are secure by design, embedding security into every workflow to provide proactive protection for users, devices, applications, and data, wherever work happens. So the world of work has undergone a massive evolution in the last year. Anytime, anywhere work is here to stay. And even as the world reopens, nearly 90% of companies are anticipating many of their workers to continue to work from home in some capacity. So our ways of working have fundamentally evolved to be remote and distributed, and work has changed in two major ways. First, it's happening anywhere, across multiple devices and programs. Endpoint computing is happening at home, in the office, and everywhere in between. And second, it's being supported by a mix of cloud, remote, and distributed tech infrastructure. This technology that supports it has also evolved. We see it in the numbers, and we see it by looking how each of us are working right now. Nearly 80% of IT decision makers aim to provide all employees with cloud-based access to business applications in the next 2 years, with many projects already in play. So work has evolved, but IT security hasn't. IT is still focused on protecting endpoint attacks on individual devices and networks. With a dramatic increase in distributed workforce and cloud applications, we are now seeing unprecedented levels of IP, data, and identity sprawl beyond enterprise-wide firewalls. And businesses are seeing that the tools and processes designed for legacy systems are becoming less and less effective. Companies are spending more and more on securing their devices and networks, but the number of attacks continue to grow. With a statistic that 80% of endpoint attacks in 2019 were new or unknown zero-day attacks, even with a modern technology stack, you may not be safe. So the truth is the game is rigged from the beginning. Threats are constantly growing and so are the costs. Throwing money just to keep threats barely at bay or to recover from them is a zero-sum game. So the only way to play has been defense. With the odds stacked against them, IT security have no choice but to be on the defensive, only to react to threats. With targeted large-scale breaches increasing year on year, cybersecurity teams expend tremendous effort attempting to monitor endpoints, identify vulnerabilities, and detect compromises, while operations teams are overwhelmed trying to update firmware, operating systems, utilities, drivers, browsers, applications across hundreds of distributed devices. In addition, we need to include phishing attacks, malware infections, ransomware, zero-day exploits, and employee behavior, be it malicious or not. Many users lose devices, and the majority simply ignore security warnings. But what if you could change the rules of the game, go from defense to offense? Rather than protect every device, control the security of them, turning threat protection into security control. So it's time to make up your own rules, rules that embed security into every workflow to provide proactive protection for users, devices, applications, and data, wherever work happens. And that can be done with 6 simple rules. So, number 1, be cloud first. So what does it mean to be cloud first? So storing files and customizations in the cloud helps increase security by just simply removing the endpoint from the equation. If someone steals a device, the files are in the cloud and the user still has access to them. It also significantly reduces the risk of ransomware. So unlike traditional laptops, Chrome devices are cloud first, with files and profile settings stored securely in the cloud. And then you have additional options like ethereal mode or the ability to remotely wipe profiles and devices from the admin console. Number 2, sandbox everything. So Chrome browser uses sandboxing to contain threats into a single tab. And then it can contain a single process with site isolation. So this all limits the scope of an attack. Chromebooks take this a step further by ensuring that all applications and OS processes are kept completely separate from each other. Number 3, default to encryption. So on a Chromebook, each user's data is encrypted with a unique key, meaning their data is secure even on shared devices. And then file systems are separated out, keeping them inaccessible by end users. That encryption is hardware backed by a tamper-resistant Google security module. And number 4, always up to date. So update management on legacy systems can be really complex and require additional infrastructure. On Chrome, everything is managed in the cloud and devices automatically update. Feature updates of Chrome are released about every 6 weeks and security patches every 2 to 3 weeks. And updates take place in the background without end user interruption and apply on the next reboot, so 6 to 10 seconds. Number 5, teach users in real time. Block and allow URL lists allow you to control access to any website. On top of that, we have Google Safe Browsing, which notifies users of malicious websites or downloads before they even manage to navigate to them by receiving the big red warning. You can then further customize the behavior of Google Safe Browsing by stopping users being able to bypass those warnings. We also have a password alert policy that requires users to change their password if they use their corporate password on any non-corporate website, and that's solving the problem of password leak. And number 6, tamper-proof the OS. So installed apps and extensions can't modify the OS. Chromebooks use verified boot on every single boot, so within that first 6 to 10 seconds, to confirm the operating system is safe. There are 2 copies of the OS on every device, and while the OS is read-only, if verified boot detects one of them is being tampered with, it can boot into the other and recover. No antivirus required. So, it's time for a change. It's time for new rules. For a chance to take back security control with Chrome Enterprise. Thank you for joining me. I hope you have a great day. Goodbye.
We're now going to be joined by Leon for a quick Q&A session. Just moved Leon on stage, so if you are there, Leon, and you can hear me, if you can just switch your camera and microphone on, and perhaps we can get going with some questions. While we do that, I'd just like to mention to everyone that we're now into the last stage of the session. We're going to be joined after this with a fireside chat, and then the day will be wrapped, and you'll receive all the content in an email. Leon, I can see you've joined us there, so welcome and good afternoon to you. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
No, nice of you to join, and a real pleasure having you with us. Disappointed to see you not in a ball pit, though, I must say.
Yes, that was one of our events at another customer a couple of years ago, actually. But
nice. Good stuff. Well, look, thanks for joining. I think a good question to start, and where there's been quite a lot of focus today, given your experience, we'll start with a question revolving around the customer and the customer's needs. Over kind of the course of the last 12 months and throughout the pandemic, have you kind of seen an evolution of customer needs changing? Obviously, we've talked about security in the remote workplace being a huge thing, but has there been anything else in addition to that you've seen really evolve and change as customers move?
I think the big thing that we saw straight at the beginning, obviously, was all of a sudden when the workforce was instantly working from home, when all offices closed around Europe, straight away we just instantly saw the demand for devices. I think the first thing is we went from a lot of the time where a lot of people didn't have laptops, or they were working on desktops in the office, and then all of a sudden everyone needs a mobile device to continue to be able to work. And I think at the beginning we saw a big uptake as people thought, oh, this will blow over in just a short amount of time, and then obviously as it's not, that's expanded more and more. And what that's generally meant is, of course, as mentioned in the presentation, is that all of a sudden you have all these devices that need to be managed in some way to keep them secure, because you don't have them inside your own network and your own infrastructure anymore. And this is where you see things relying heavily on way more VPN and way more of those sort of tools to sort of get into the system, while the workforce ends up trying to open up applications that would traditionally all only internal, and they've had to open these up to be accessed in multiple different ways. And that's been a massive change overall.
Sure, of course. And then we heard in the previous panel, Thomas from Chrome Enterprise touched slightly on kind of zero trust services. Would you be able to kind of elaborate? We didn't go into too much detail on that, but there were a few questions coming in and around that. So I wondered if you might be able to kind of elaborate what that is and more about that.
I suppose the general, I guess we're talking sort of like BeyondCorp is a solution that, of course, we've built in Google. But the idea behind it all, of course, is in a very traditional sense, you generally explicitly trusted this VPN connection. So VPN was what we'd always do. You would have a device, and as soon as it connected to VPN, you would trust that connection explicitly. So you're like, I don't know what the device is. You connect to VPN and bang, you're like, hey, that is now a corporate device on a corporate network. It can now do anything. And that's generally how the traditional way of working has been. What you find, of course, is that as a single point of failure. You're trusting that explicitly, and and you don't really have a lot of control over on how a lot of those things work. When we work into sort of a zero trust model is of course, you don't explicitly trust anything. Yeah, everything is untrusted until it can prove itself to give yourself access in that way. And then how we work with that, of course, is you end up working with verified access and a few other features that are on Chrome, and there's other features in other platforms. But they'll allow you to say, okay, I don't know who this person is or what device it is. They have no access. And then you move in and say, okay, you've been authenticated as a user. I now know this is legal. He can have this access because I don't know what device it's off. And then you expand on that further and say, okay, now he's on a trusted device as well. He can now have this extra access. And then even more, it's compliant. It's got the latest patches. It's got the right thing. So you're sort of giving this granular access depending on how much you trust. And it's no longer this black and white, I trust it, I don't trust it. And this is opening up all kinds of options for one, different devices, lots of bring your own device stuff, but also knowing that your endpoints are as secure as possible and only granting access when that's confirmed.
Yeah, nice, good answer, thank you. I've had a question in about threats and security as well. How often are new threats assessed and new policies implemented through Chrome OS and the Chrome browser?
So, I mean, obviously, it's an ongoing game, as we already spoke about. I mean, there's a constant research into threats and into trying to stay ahead of those. Obviously, that is a heavy focus for us. And we also have a large amount of bounties that we have out and we pay out for any known 0 days and all that sort of information. So we're constantly working with the community and other companies to make our system as secure as possible. And then on the flip side, of course, what I spoke about in the presentation is, in a way, we also are changing how we're basically blocking the way that those exploits can even work if they still exist. So the idea is that even if they're not patched on a Chrome OS system, for example, with a mixture of things like sandboxing and only access via APIs and no tamper-proof OS, even if they still exist, we're limiting the scope of what they could even be able to do. So it's a constant battle, and our security stance, I think, is fantastic, and we're really secure. So.
Sure. And a pretty big question in the sense of moving to Chrome Enterprise. How easy is it for a company to do so and to completely move a system over?
So that depends on what your current configuration is, of course. Like if you're working in a system where majority of your applications are already in the cloud, like if you've already done that part of your business transition, which, as we mentioned, a lot of companies are heavily working towards that goal, just because it makes life a lot easier in this remote work. If you've already done that work, then the transition to Chrome is incredibly simple. A case of you can set up an OU in the use case you want, so a knowledge worker with these apps, and you set up a couple of OUs. And then as long as you can get one device working in the way you want, you can enroll 10,000 devices and they'll work exactly the same. So from that sort of deployment, where it gets a bit more tricky is if it's how many applications do we need to move over to being cloud-based. So VDI has been a fantastic help in those sort of environments. So if you've only got a few extra apps and you've got a Citrix or a VMware or any of the other VDI solutions, obviously they run perfectly on Chrome OS, and you can end up running native web apps, VDI, Android apps, and fill those gaps as you transition into a more web version. And then if you have other issues where you have a lot of old legacy applications that require full installations, then you could move into things like using Parallels, where you get Windows Desktop on Chrome, or moving into a full VDI solution.
Sure. And then, in your opinion, on that question and your response around applications, I think earlier someone said an organization went from 50 applications down to 6. Is it a case now where, as an enterprise, there are so many digital tools and technologies available in a sense of a digital workplace that we're just getting too many? Is it very important now to consolidate those, pick and choose what you need, and really bring it back down? What's your opinion on that?
This is a really interesting one. So this is something that's always been an issue, is software bloat, essentially, in any organization. You end up using tools because you always have, I think, a lot of the time as well. You end up, and then when we have a tool coming out this year for Chrome Readiness Tool, which is the idea is to be able to use this tool to find out what applications are being used in your company and how often and how many, and then you can use that data to decide if you actually still need that app. These sort of solutions have been around for a while, and they're really interesting to do within a company. Quite often you'll find that users that demand that they have this application haven't opened it in 6 months, but they've always had that icon on the desktop, and that's what it is. And also you find that a lot of these applications are sort of built into operating systems now, like Adobe readers and PDF readers and stuff. Like those sort of things natively in part of your browsers these days, be it Chrome or any of the other options. And so it's a really interesting project to do, because you end up, even if ignoring the Chrome OS side, you end up finding that there are probably a lot of licenses and money and applications you can consolidate and save yourselves that time, effort, and the level of support needed to do it, as keeping all of those. They are just more things you need to keep updated and need to keep on top of from a security point of view.
Nice. Well, Leon, thank you for joining us. Thanks for your presentation around security, and then for covering off those questions so well. I appreciate you joining, and it was a pleasure to chat with you.
Pleasure to be here. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Cheers. Bye.
So that was Leon from Chrome Enterprise joining us, going into depth a little more on security, which we've been hearing about throughout the day. So great insights there from Leon, which we thank him for. We're now going to be moving into the final session of the day, where we're going to be joined by Mercedes for a fireside chat. Now, Mercedes is formerly of IKEA and Clarks, and has bags of experience around digital transformation and change management within business. So a real pleasure to be joined by Mercedes today. I can see Mercedes backstage with us, so we'll just wait for Mercedes to get her camera rolling, and then we can jump into the questions. As mentioned throughout, if you do have any questions, do pop them in the chat, and I'll get those put forward to Mercedes. As we do wait for Mercedes to come through, a few kind of closing notes before everyone leaves after this fireside chat. Most of the content today will be made available in an on-demand format, so you can watch that back. If there's anything that you missed, you can, of course, watch that back and share that within the office as well, any note-taking and things like that. So we'll look to get that to everyone likely by the start of next week. Of course, if you've got any feedback at all regarding the event, you can drop us a note at hello@raw-media.co.uk. We always welcome the feedback. will help us to make these events better. As mentioned at the start of the day, this is the first event of our online series for 2021 after running a successful series back in 2020. Each event will serve different time zones and also cover different topics within digital transformation. Today, the focus has been really on the digital workplace, future of work, and the workforce supported by Chrome Enterprise. As we move on to our next events, we'll be exploring deeper into the kind of the umbrella of digital transformation and what that means. So really looking forward to another event at the end of February and the start of March, our North American Digital Transformation Conference, and our UK and European again at the start of March. So do be on the lookout for those and register for those. Just going to give a few minutes while we wait for Mercedes to come through. So just bear with us while we get that sorted. Just 2 minutes. Thank you. See your camera and everything loading up. Can you see and hear me? Hi, Mercedes. Can you? I think your camera feed may be frozen. Would you be able to come out and back in? Apologies for the delay here. As ever with the online events, these things do happen. We'll be back up and running in a few minutes, I am sure. Just bear with us while we try and get Mercedes through for the fireside chat. Thank you for your patience as well. It would be the last session that this happened to us, but hopefully we'll get Mercedes through in a second. I can see coming back through here. Hi, Mercedes, can you hear me? Can see Mercedes keeps joining us, but we keep on having a freeze issue here. As mentioned, just bear with us while we try and get the situation sorted. I'm sure we'll be back on track in a few minutes. Mercedes, if you can hear me, you do keep coming through, but it keeps coming through on a frozen image. So I'm not sure what the issue might be, because I can see you're getting connected there. So maybe exiting the actual platform and come back. I can see you now. Can you hear me? Do apologise for this, ladies and gents. Hopefully we'll get the issue resolved. It's a shame it's happening on this last one, but hopefully, as I keep saying, we will get this back on track. I did mention at the start of the day about technical difficulties, so this is one of them. Do bear with us, and hopefully we'll be back on track very soon. I know I keep saying that, and I'm buying a lot of time here, but we're actually ahead of time as well. So hopefully we'll be going by at least 1:45. Just bear with us while we just try and work out in the background what's going on here, and hopefully we'll get Mercedes through and on for the fireside chat. We do have some good questions, so it's worth waiting for if you are sticking around. So please do, and we'll be with you very shortly. Mercedes, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
It's slightly echoey. Hopefully.
So now.
Perfect. I can hear you now. I can see you. Welcome, Mercedes. And it's good that we were able to fight through the problems and get you live on air.
So is okay now?
Everybody yes.
Oh,
can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay.
I need to jump to another computer. I don't know what happened, so I'm
That's
very
okay.
sorry.
Can you hear and see me? Okay.
Yes, I can.
Perfect. Well, look, thanks so much for joining, and absolutely no worries on the connectivity issues. I did explain at the start of the day that our work from home methods we can experience these connectivity issues and delays with all the different technology, and it's no problem. It's great to have you finally with us, and we're probably more on schedule now than we would have been. So for anyone that might have been just tuning in for the chat, they're lucky that probably there was a delay.
Very good. Thank you. Sorry for the delay.
That's okay, no worries. Thanks so much for joining. And Mercedes, we've spoken kind of middle to late last year and dived in and around top topics of digital transformation. We've obviously come into another lockdown since then, so the workplace and workforce is evolving yet even more. So in this chat, we're probably going to just cover a few things within that and pick your brain and understand a little bit more about your thinking within. So it's a pleasure to have you with us, and we're really fortunate enough to be able to have that conversation with you. So thanks again for that. So I guess a good place to start looking at kind of the digital workplace and digital workforce. They've very much been at the forefront of kind of organizational innovation before the pandemic set in and accelerated last year, and it continues to do so. What in your opinion are the major challenges that organizations face to bring in new digital tools and technologies, and the thinking that sits alongside that?
Well, a lot of them, a lot of challenge. We can see that in many organizations, among other things, because it's a big change, and with change always comes complexity. One good thing of all this change that happened with the new working environment and new technologies is that we have been crying for more working from home and have a completely different hybrid kind of connection with our workplace. And we have been crying for a digital transformation. So now it's here, a little bit more accelerated than expected, but at the end of the day, it's here. So we can see is a lot of very interesting tools are coming into the market, facilitating the collaboration from remote places. Tools about communication as well, tools about engagement. One of the challenges to understand of all the, variety of tools, which one do you need to use for what purpose? Sometimes several of them needs to be used simultaneously. Mm-hmm. And many of these tools are trying to mimic the effect of being in an office environment where things happen much more spontaneously. You go and pass by and ask a question. You just look into the screen of your colleague and then discuss any kind of topic. You are sitting in a room and seeing everybody. All these things have disappeared very suddenly. So now we are trying to cope with mimic that behavior with the availability that is on tools. Many of those challenges comes with the skills as well, because at the end of the day, we have been confronted co-workers that they didn't have so many digital tools to do the job. Suddenly, the keyboard is the most important tool they need to work through the whole day. And that's a completely different, mindset, and even from a process point of view than before. And we are not really paying attention to what does it mean for people. Other big challenge that we are having is the skills needed to cope with all the tools and the understanding of the right balance and where to invest. Depending on what kind of nature of business you have, if you are working in an environment of development, you cannot just forget about the back office tools. So now we are all very focused on the front end of the processes with tools to be able to connect with customers, tools to be able to allow co-workers to connect with each other. But what about the back office things? What about if you have development people in your organization? The automatization and some of the process development needs to have. What about them? What about security? What about storage in the cloud for all these tools that needs to be available? All these things that needs to get in balance, the front and the back, the people, the skills, and the mimic of an environment that is an office environment, a physical environment where people meet, needs to be translated into the digital world. And we need to be mindful what does it mean and make that translation that makes sense and get the priority of your investment, not only in tools, but as well in time and the skill sets right on the agenda. So some of them that I have been encountering.
Yeah, that's a really good answer. And we've heard a lot with that today about kind of hybrid working and how the future of work will look for office jobs and office workers. And a lot of analysts and HR and whatnot are all kind of thinking that we're going to move to this hybrid model. In your opinion, is this a step in the right direction, and should leaders be embracing this new way of working? Traditionally, before the pandemic, we saw kind of some resistance to this type of working from leadership, but now surely lots of workforces have proved that this is a good way of working, and productivity overall is up. We've heard that quite a few times today. What's kind of your take on that?
Well, I do believe definitely leaders need to embrace this because it's going to stay. I think one of the good things that this pandemic brought is this acceleration amount of the things of work-life balance that we call it before. Now it's here to stay. And I think we need to get that into the culture of the company as well, into the processes of the company, allowing for that hybrid kind of mode to happen. But I think it needs to come as well with an understanding. What does it mean when, the blurry lines between I'm working, I'm at home, I'm working, when those disappears? Because home used to be a safe place, a place to relax, a place to recover, a place to enjoy life. Now suddenly your living room sometimes is your office. And not only that, when you are in an office meeting, people are seeing your living room. It's like you are inviting people to your home. We didn't thought about that and what effect that has in people. I think we need to understand that different situations in different families can have a big impact in their life through the day, through the working environment, through the focus, through the priority of their time. It's not the same to be the whole family locked down in the house, the kids doing the homeschool, two of the parents working from home. What does it mean? What does it mean for the routines that needs to happen? What does it mean with so many different needs at sharing a physical space? And I think leaders need to understand that environment in terms of their co-workers, and maybe put some flexibility in the working environment as well. I hear a lot of people, and I can see by myself, you go from meeting to meeting to meeting to meeting, and it's like a road of, steering on the screen from Zoom to Zoom, the fatigue of the screen and all these things that brings right now because we have not been taking the time to reflect. Are we really utilizing this capability, this new opportunity in the right way? And what is the right mix as well? From working, from living, from, taking a little moment to relax. Before we used to disconnect and connect in the commuting. Now we don't commute. So how do you disconnect? How do you prepare yourself? And I think as well that we need to find a little more creative ways of interacting with coworkers in this hybrid mode, like introduce other ways of having a meeting that just through a Zoom. If you need something important to be said, maybe you can record it so they can hear it when they are taking a walk and taking a little bit of headspace. So thinking all those different dimensions moving forward, I think is important because it's going to stay. So what about recruiting people in the other side of the world? And then suddenly they can be part of the workforce. What a great opportunity to tap into talents. But how do you onboard them? How do you make sure that they become part of your company when they are pretty much never physically in the office, even maybe after the pandemic passes? It comes with a lot of opportunities, but you need to reflect and start to take better improvements, improve the process, because there is a lot of opportunities with this hybrid mode.
Sure, that's a good answer. And then with that, you kind of touched upon it in your answer, but looking at that acceleration of digital technology within the enterprise, what are kind of some of the risks that businesses and organizations face with taking on so much so quickly, like rapid forced adoption of technology and digital tools? Could there be further danger of deep culture shocks within organizations that perhaps are more entwined with legacy applications or legacy type thinking? How's that going to kind of have a knock-on effect with regards to cultural transformation as part of the workplace?
It's a very good question. I find some similarities when I think about culture and the cultural change in the work environment, when I think about working remotely, and that we heavily are depending on digital and digital environments to support us, is some of the aspects that digital transformations brings that needs to reflect as well the culture of the company. So I believe companies with a very strong culture, and if they don't have it, it doesn't matter, they need to create it, needs to try to understand how to translate some of those cultural behaviors in a digital world. For instance, what does it mean if a CEO of a company has, call it open office? So people can come and chat with him and ask him questions. How do you do that in a digital world when you are working remotely? How do you adapt that to your company when everything has happened so quickly, as you say? What about the people hanging on the water cooler? They cannot do that today. What about those discussions that are going on and tells you things that are going on in your company? The rumors and the gossips that makes the day, laughing a little bit. How do you create that environment back in the situation we are living today when everybody is distributed? What about leaders demonstrating that they are digital as well? What about they taking the role model, maybe inviting for a digital lunch together? What about hanging out after the day for having a digital pizza? So let's eat the pizza all together. And I think the change demands that there is an intention and there is a proactivity, because the spontaneous kind of reactions that the culture of a company has when you are interacting together and physically seeing people, those are not there anymore. So you need to make an effort for those things to happen, because the spontaneity is gone. So you think leaders need to reflect, and they need to be the change that they want their organization to see. And they need to become much more transparent in the way they themselves act and react on digital transformation, and invite themselves. Maybe if you have an agile team, make sure that the retrospective meeting, your manager comes in. So make sure that you are interacting and using digital in a way that becomes more natural, but as well that you have an intention and you as well have a purpose with that change. I think people need to see the leaders taking the the role mode and act in this digital world.
Yeah, that's a really good answer. Some really good points. I think when we're day to day having all these Zoom business calls and everything, there's too much of an agenda perhaps with the structure of these, and we're only talking about the agenda points, and there's less time for that, like you say, those water cooler moments where you just have general discussion where ideas are formed, and it's about how we can kind of create that and bring that back to the remote work as well. So it's a really good and interesting point. Thank you for raising that. Now, with your previous roles, particularly at IKEA and Clarks, a lot of your focus and leadership was around kind of that customer experience transformation. And now, with obviously organizations still are very much focusing on that, with pretty much every organization operating having to offer some form of digital experience. But there's also been a lot of focus and more focus on employee experience and transforming that. How business critical is focus on employee experience engagement right now?
I think it's huge, to be honest, particularly for what we talked about before, that a lot of things that before you have a little bit for free, that you could go around and, say hello to the newcomer, or making sure that people felt much more engaged and part of something bigger, now it's gone. So if we don't press a lot of attention to how do we nurture your workforces, how do you make sure that they understand and perceive and really get the value that they are valued by the company, that they are your best assets, there is a big risk that you will sure and slowly lose big talents. And I think the concept of customer experience and co-worker experience has a lot of similarities. We care a lot about our customers. We want to understand their environment, their highs, their lows, their emotions. We want to make sure they become loyal to you. The same spirit needs to go for your co-workers. You need to understand the highs, the lows, what makes them worry, what are their needs, how can you support them. The concept of a servant leadership comes very hand in hand to make sure that those concepts and those intentions becomes true. At the same time, your workforces need to feel and understand that there is authenticity in the way you are interacting with them, that there is a purpose, and you make them feel part of something bigger. I think it's a risk that you become isolated because you don't see what is going on. There is even digital tools that can allow you to mimic the office environment, so you can see people are chatting with each other, you can see who is in a conference call. So these kind of tools help you as a leader to understand how is the pulse of my organization, and making sure that you talk to them, and you more frequently than before ask them how they're feeling, ask them if they need something, making sure that temperature is measured, not once a year. Even make sure that you have feedback calls with them. You need to wait to your performance evaluation once a year, having a little more often. And think about that people are different, and now we threw everybody into the same model, kind of you are alone, you need to solve problems sometimes by yourself, and there is people that has a tendency and a need to get a little more support and others less. So think about that. What does it mean to be alone in your home? If you feel a little bit insecure with your IT environment, and you cannot just ask the guys side by side. So giving the co-workers the trust that they need, so don't micromanagement, because that gives the feeling that you are not trusting me. And that was one of the reasons why this working remotely has not been implemented before, because leaders fear that people will not be doing the job. Okay, we prove that we can do it. We prove that productivity is there. Now let's move to the next step and make sure that that trust that your co-workers are here to do a good job goes and enhance the relationship between the co-worker and the company. So give them the purpose and make sure that they feel that they are valued, and put the means that you were doing as you do with your customers to secure that they become loyal to you with a meaningful relationship, because they are your best assets and you are not seeing them every day.
No, that's a good point. It's always, technology is great, but bringing it back to that human element is always so important. It is one of the most difficult things, especially with larger organizations, to kind of get right and, ensure that every employee is looked at as an individual, versus anything else. So really important right now for businesses to be doing that. And we've heard that a lot throughout the series towards the back end of last year, and again today throughout the panel, that human experience, and even putting human experience within kind of devices that allow that remote working is so important. So good to touch on that. So coming back to the technology, we often at the start of the year and at the back end of the year read so much about kind of future trends and what businesses will need to recuperate, especially from the pandemic. And what I've seen a lot lot of, and what a lot of speculation is around, and it's nothing new. It's been around for a while, but they're saying that automation within the enterprise and businesses is going to be accelerated even further throughout the pandemic and through the recovery over the next few years. What do you think is likely that the restructure will put in more automation as we reorganize the organization, restructure the organization, and what other changes are we likely to see as wholesale changes to the enterprise?
Well, that's a very good question. I do believe that everything that can be automated is going to be automated. So think about that. And before anybody else do it for you, making sure you have a strategy how you're going to do it yourself. Automatization goes in many different directions. Of course, you have the whole automation of business processes and business automatization. You have in the manufacturing part, you have everything around robotics, and we're seeing amazing things going on in the area of robotics. Not only the Amazons and the big warehouses and doing very, very big steps. I've seen innovative robots that can be remotely steered. They can do jobs that are very dangerous for people. I've seen a lot of innovative solutions when it comes to reduce fatigue for people, as well as increasing efficiency and productivity. Those are going to stay there. But it's important when we look into those areas, and not only for processes, as well as for instance, e-commerce, everything around image recognition, voice recognition, that will be very important for everything in the sector of services. So really good chatbots that are human design, not the ones that are very irritating that we all confronting from time to time, are there to elevate some of the routine work that our co-workers have. With that said, freeing up time for the real interesting relationship conversation, the ones that create engagement with your customers. So we're going to see a lot more of that kind of automation within e-commerce, within wholesale, within services coming around the corner. Things around wording, processing, voice processing are coming really, really good nowadays. So why not taking advantage of that? But the purpose of automation needs to have a very clear strategy. You need to understand how you're going to incorporate it for your business, not only for reducing costs, of course, but as well for increasing productivity and enabling things that today are difficult, taking too long time or even too dangerous. And at the same time, it needs to be human design, not machine design. So make sure you put your people on the center of the design of that process, of that capability, and they become human-centric. And on the other hand, as well, think about what new skills do you need in your organization to actually manage these new processes that are being automatized, and making sure that those skills are acquired if you don't have them, and educated if you haven't them inside. So it's important that you have those priorities clear, and it's important that it's a human-centric strategic decision and investments. And if you don't have a strategy for this, it's about time you start to think about it. Because it's going to happen, and if you don't do it, someone else will disrupt your business and do it for you.
Yeah, get left behind, of course. And so with that, you've held some pretty prestigious leadership roles. What do you think the focus area for those working in leadership roles, such as CDO, CTO, and things like that, what do you think their focus areas over the next 12 months will be as businesses do recover? What's going to be the challenges that they face, the strategy that they may have to roll out, and kind of the success that they'll have to get?
I think those roles are today for many reasons, and one of the obvious reasons is because of the crisis that this situation put on the table, and the lack of digital capabilities that companies have been hit by, has put these roles in the center of the resilience need of companies. These roles from nature, I'm talking about a CDO role or a CTO or CIO role, in these circumstances are very well equipped to work with these kind of resilient situations because they are cross-collaborative roles. And it's very, very, very important that they still focus on the cross-collaboration in the organization. They have the means necessary to understand how technology can enhance business and in the right position and with the right environment around the C-suite of other leaders, how that can enhance the growth of your business. So there are roles that are very key to drive the forces on how to master digitalization coming around after the pandemic. Until now, there have been a lot in, you can say, reactive mode because of the circumstances. I think now we need to start to go into reflection and proactive roles. For instance, what about your digital strategy? I think this is the perfect time to revisit it, to see if they have the right priorities in the eyes and in the eyes of the new circumstances and new situation in your market and with your customers and your product. Think about what are the things that you need to reconsider. Think about your customer relation, think about your customer engagement and your customer interactions. And don't take that for granted that you know how the customer journey is and so on and so forth, because too many things have changed. So I will recommend go again and look with fresh eyes. What are the things that your customers are saying today that they didn't told you 1 year ago? What priorities have shifted? What things they have been accustomed by now because of the proliferation of apps and new services and e-commerce that they will not accept, not very good kind of experience in your website or slowly responsive in your customer service or a service delivery that doesn't live up to their expectation. Think about the phygital. What does it mean to replace physical environments with digital environments and vice versa? Because in the physical environments, a lot of the impulse, the inspiration, the triggers are very difficult to mimic in a digital environment, but they are not impossible. Think about using all the sense. There is a lot of new technologies that are coming that can, enforce smells and colors and, sounds. What about those kind of experience that we get when we cross by a big shopping center, for instance? How to replace them, how to integrate them, how to make a mimic on the digital world. So I think the strategy and the customer engagement needs to be revisited with the new eyes of the environment that we have. And then other parts that are the internal process of your company, your internal IT and technical capabilities need to be refreshed. As I said before, we all have been focusing very much on the front end with the customer, the front end with the coworker. What happens now with the back? What happens with the back office? What happens with the proper, agile methodology and agile ceremonies that requires before, people working together around the table. Now they are not. What does it mean? So you don't forget that some of those processes need to be rethinked with the eyes of digitalization. Some of the infrastructure need to be rethinked as well. Some of the processes, for instance, for deployment and tests and so on and so forth, the infrastructure of your cloud needs to be revisited with new eyes. And think about the demands that all this remote working has put in infrastructure and technology that surprisingly has gone very well, I must say. Much more better than we could expect with everything happens at once. So resilience, revisit your digital strategy, make sure that you have a fresh eyes on your customer engagement, not the one that you knew before the COVID, and look into your internal process and the priority of your product portfolio, because some things may need to be revisited, revamped, reshape, given the boost that they need to make sure that you not only just survive this crisis, make sure that you are equipped to be a winner in the road ahead.
Nice, that's a really good answer. We've had a question come through here, and perhaps we'll finish on this one. One primary goal of successful change is to energize and empower end users. Change is often intimidating to workforces. How can leaders go about effectively communicating change right now when there's so many barriers in place?
Well, I think leaders in the situation that we are today need to be vulnerable, show vulnerability, transparent, and make sure that the communication skills and habits comes to the next level. Because in the world that we are today, when we are all apart and sitting at home and so on and so forth, it's very difficult to navigate through what is going on in the sea level, what is going on in the streets. And leaders need to be much more, they need to make a bigger effort to be transparent about what is going on with everybody, with the customer. We have seen very good examples of companies that have been very honest very early in the process. What are we doing? Where are we? The same goes for your coworkers. Make sure that you are present, transparent, and communicating all the time where we are. And don't be afraid to show your vulnerability, because it gives you authenticity and it gives everybody the bigger picture and the sense that what is the purpose of what we are doing here. So don't keep those things on your pocket. Be transparent and be yourself and be vulnerable. That will be my.
That's a really good point. A lot of the conversation with yourself and throughout today is again, I've mentioned it, is that human experience and bringing it back to that element, using technology as the enabler, but always focusing on the individual and the human experience behind that. So thank you for joining us, Mercedes, and thank you for echoing those thoughts and offering us those insights. It was great to have you with us again and to hear from you, and a pleasure to be joined by you for the event.
Thank you very much for inviting me. It's always a pleasure, Chris.
Thanks, Mercedes. Really appreciate it. Have a great rest of the day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye now. So that was the final discussion of the day. As I mentioned quite a few times there, it always does boil down to the human experience when it comes to any kind of business transformation. But of course, the technology is extremely important with that as well. So that now concludes today's event. It's been a pleasure to welcome some great speakers, and of course Chrome Enterprise for supporting the online event today and for offering their insights throughout and sharing that panel session. Chrome Enterprise, a real great support and obviously offering some great products within the digital transformation and workplace space. So do check them out, and of course follow up with any conversation you want to with those individuals that did present. Big thank you to all our panelists, interviewees, and earlier presenters as well, and of course everyone that's tuned in and watched live. It's been great having you with us today. We've seeing users from all corners of Europe and even further afield. So it's always a pleasure to host and welcome you, and I hope you've taken today some insights and some takeaways that you can kind of implement within your thinking or workplace. That's always the goal. As mentioned as well, we do have some more events coming up. We have our North American Digital Transformation Conference taking place towards the end of February 25th. And then our UK and European event returns on March 4th as well, welcoming a diverse set of industries and talks going further around digital transformation. As mentioned, today has been a lot about the digital workplace and workforce. In those further events, we look further afield into kind of customer experience, digital product innovation, and more as well. So do register for those. We'll drop you an email early next week with further information on that. And of course, all the on-demand from today, so you can watch back presentations. Most of the content will be shared with you. And of course, if you've got any follow-up, you can get in contact with us through email or reply to that email early next week. It's been a pleasure having you with us, and again, massive thanks to Chrome Enterprise for supporting and partnering with the event, and of course everyone that has attended throughout the day. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon, and I hope we can welcome you back in February. Stay tuned for more information on those events as they come. So thanks again, and enjoy the rest of your day. Bye now.